Um, um, um. Yeah, I guess there's, mm yay! Okay, so, yeah, I've got a President Sunday going on in the background, and we've got one person on YouTube watching. I'm sorry I'm late. I had a chronic problem of, logging in late before the extended hiatus, and, like, even before my old radio station shut down. So, yeah. We lost a viewer. No. Ah, and, um, I don't know what I did to bork up the settings for this thing, um, the way that I did. Because now it says your name where my name usually is at. So, general quality. Oh, right. Um, video. No. No. Mm, no. No. Okay. Well then, that's mm. So yeah, last night I had a relatively like contained like silent anxiety attack in that like I was just like I don't know, it was like all coming out um on um on Discord and and in chat and some really sweet people um helped helped out with the motel situation as far as monies go, and so why mm, that that looks like it's going to we've now got enough delicious monies. Let's see, tonight and Thursday night, and then Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. Um, After that, um, we don't know, but I will. Um, Something's got to come up. On the good side, though, I got news earlier today from my social worker from the homeless outreach program here in the Ann Arbor area that um, 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 apparently, like, um, while there is an inspection ongoing, um, this this puts a pause on the 60-day um, expiration date for my Section 8 voucher. So I don't know if that began just before the holiday when an inspection pending was declared, or if they're counting it um, or if they're counting that pause as beginning um, about a week ago when um, uh, yeah, about a I think it was um yeah, I think it was a week ago today that that they went out to inspect the apartment, and they determined and the Section 8 agency decided that a window needed to be repaired or replaced somehow. Um, so um, um, so either way, I've got at least a 1 week extension on that so far, and and my social worker did say that he requested some extra time for the Section 8 voucher. I don't know if that's like a 30-day extension or another 60 days, but I'm going to talk to the agency myself, um, possibly tomorrow. I um I still have to go back to the storage unit and um and um and see if they can help me get my 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 help me put the lock back on my unit because it's got one of those. So like there's the thing with the little slidey lock, and then a um a physical like lock is inserted, you know, like like a removable bolt lock, is inserted here after the slidey part slides in, and that part won't slide in. It's too frozen. It's too freaking cold to it was too cold to do that last night. So excuse me. I noticed that I had a bunch of points saved up for a delivery, and I've been living on microwave macaroni and cheese and canned soups, etc., for most of the last week. So I am seriously considering getting something delivered. And I'm going with Domino's because I've got a bunch of points saved up, and it. Oh wait, how much of that gift card do I have left over on my Grubhub? Because just to make it, like I don't know. I know I've got a bunch of points saved up with the pizza points or the Domino's now, and um let's see, account on Grubhub. Okay, I've got 821 left over on the gift card. Ugh. Oh, I Little Caesars is open. No, view menu. Of course. I did enjoy their stuffed Crazy Crust combo. Oh, we've only got the two specials right now, huh? I don't care who hates the truth, but um, Little Caesars has a better stuffed crust pizza than Domino's, and I'm not just saying that because I can eat the crust at Little Caesars. Goddamn. I slept in today. I should not be so tired. Okay, so let's see. So let's see. 2020 something. Okay, the thing and the thing and the thing there. Ooh, I've got Grubhub credit. How did that happen? Okay, plus the thing, save changes. Okay, so it'll be only $8 out of pocket to get Little Caesars via Grubhub. And see, the thing with the Domino's is that if I add, you know, even if I only get, free stuff from their thing, they will they will still like add a delivery fee to it and all of that, and it ends up being about the same price. So I'll get so if I do Grubhub instead, it will just, because I get free Grubhub Plus via Amazon Prime, which I get for half off because I've got what's it called? I've got valid food assistance program, which is what it's called in excuse me, in Michigan, and shit. I know I've showed it on. I think I've got it pinned on my Instagram. Hold on, let me do the thing here that I want to do. Wait. Okay, Grubhub thing. I did not. Damn it. I've gotta redo my settings because I've I usually pay with a gift card that I get on Ibotta, but okay. Okay, it looks like my default is coming from my bank, which I think is what I was going to select anyway, so okay. Oh, son of a bitch. I think I want a Coca-Cola. So, I am going to stream snipe from I'm going to stream snipe from President's Sunday for some reason while I'm going over to the vending machine down there and get a Coca-Cola. This way, we don't have to expect the cats to be entertaining because, well, yeah, the cats are just they're not being entertained lately. They were actually really entertaining earlier today.
People
He was trying to get
disagreeableness coming from
he
her.
was trying to get
I had to sit on this. I
Nigel
didn't
the
grab this.
Chaser, and it was adorable. And I love that.
Schadenfreude, thank you for the $20. I can't take. I watched this earlier. It's brain rot. Let's watch Hassan talk to Minnie Hassan or go back to Keffels. We're not going back to Keffels. I'm not touching that with a 20-foot pole. But 20 away. We're 20 away from the drama jellyfish. We're almost free.
But,
thank you very much.
Women.
But
this sexism
yeah, Nigel and Phoebe, they're 11 years old, and it's so adorable when they're.
Is this Pain Sunday? Well, it would be extortion if it wasn't Pain.
Playful and.
Yeah, no, it's not that.
Like
it's
pirate.
It's literally
and
and
yeah, Phoebe was trying to get Nigel the Chaser, and I mean, they're only coincidentally about the same age, but
which of your thoughts and things that you say are
but
and maybe so
I call them, brother and sister a lot.
Of your destiny, your thoughts are all you are.
Not representative of yourself as an integrated being.
Is the video too quiet? Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. I've got perfectly good kombucha.
Cherry.
Still here.
Editor, come on. I know you can.
Take everything into account.
Diet Cola.
You're breaking the bank Sunday. Thank you, Simon Pierre Dubé, for the $5. Canadian alas, but we are close, friends. We are close.
So many cuties.
We are but 17 away.
My sense has been that you can tell when you're.
It's your fault for being Canadian.
Something that's not authentic by feeling out whether or not it makes you weak or strong. Now, sometimes when you're conversing with people, you can say something that embarrasses yourself. Now, Nietzsche said...
Oh, yeah, I figured that was for the jelly. Don't worry. I'm getting us. Look, we're going on the fastest route out of here. Trust me. I'm with you on this one.
Everyone has perjured themselves at least once in the attempt to maintain their good name. Something like that. It's not an exact quote, but I've got the gist of it right. So maybe you're saying things to impress someone, or you're saying things to remain part of your political group or your social group or whatever, or maybe you have attributes, personal attributes, that might be positive.
It's kind of wild to think that Peterson used to actually be a respected professor. Like, mostly because he was anonymous. Like when I in retrospect, because when I first encountered Peterson, I was an undergraduate, and I was in a very different place from where I'm at now. And now when I look back at his earlier lectures, they're grossly irresponsible. Not because of the positions, but because he teaches charismatically in a way that doesn't actually provide students with the tools to judge what they're looking at, but rather funnels them into a specific normative appraisal of unrelated desiderata. So it's not how you teach. Like, what your students should leave with is, regardless of whether they agree with you on the particulars of anything, is the toolkit to navigate and analyze the material within a specific field, or to perform a specific type of task. And I don't get that from Peterson. I've seen his lectures before. It's mostly fluff. Like, you may as well be reading like a blog.
That you're ashamed of, and so you're not going to speak about them. So there's a falseness about your self-representation. Watch for 2 weeks and see. Make a rule that...
Yeah, exactly. Gray Yarn Wannabe. Not really. He was always a kook. The guy who got him his job, like an open letter because of a bad things got. Yeah. No, he's been bad for a while. But he's bad in a way that like PragerU types are all about. So stop that. I need to get a new mouse. This thing's like double clicking on me.
If you start to say something and it makes you feel weak, it's hard to describe exactly what that means. To me, what it means is that I can feel things coming apart, sort of in my midsection, so I think it's an autonomic phenomenon. And the subjective sense is...
Oh, is that what that means? I always thought it just means... No, not fucking hell. Not desiderata. That's the word I'm looking for. God damn it. Not desiderata. Sorry.
I know, what?
You need to turn off the internal thesaurus. Other like matters. That's the word, matters. Other matters. Not desiderata.
Girl.
A falsehood.
Silly girl.
You should shame me for that one.
No, your brother didn't chase you enough to me, did
You
he?
don't know.
I mean, he chased you a little,
Yeah,
but not
I think
was it? No.
yeah, desiderata is things desired. Yeah.
Oh, silly.
And
Okay.
it feels like a self-betrayal, so that's existential.
Don't want
You can
buttons?
feel it right away. And then the rule is...
I
No.
suppose it's the jelly
Okay.
receptor. Maybe it's his liver. It's not my liver.
Oh, I've got the best kitty
I don't
cats.
actually drink
I
enough of my
do.
liver, but that'd be funny.
All right, we've got
And
one
then feel
viewer
around
from
and see if you can find some
YouTube,
words that
one
you can say in
on
that situation
the
don't produce
Twitch.
that sensation. And it's like...
It was
you see
like
this
exactly one
played
Diet
out in
Coke
different
and
forms of
one
drama. So it's
Diet
not all that obvious why a
Pepsi.
cliche is a bad thing. Like, cliche is a
And
bad thing in the same way that...
You know what it was? I cycled through. It was like, shoot, I can't find the
My
word. Detritus?
my-
No, desiderata. And that's it.
my
possessed by the dead
my
is
Grand
bad.
Mary
It's like a
she,
cliche isn't you. It's something else. It's like the
worked for
crowd. It's like the
Look,
Coca-Cola
guys.
for about 40 years, and then she went crazy. And I say this because my Grand Mary, she after she was basically forced to retire from Coca-Cola, she well, first off, she did like, and this was like really daring for a woman in her 60s, in like 1980, to get a tattoo. And so she got the oh crap, they don't put it on the Diet Coke bottle ever or anymore. I don't know, but you know, like the little like ribbon logo under the Coca-Cola text logo. She got that tattooed around her wrist in just red and and that was really daring for, like I said, a 60-some-year-old woman in 1980, right? To get a tattoo at all. But yeah, eventually, like, I don't remember if my mother said that the notebook began before she retired, but I definitely remember it post-retirement. Was she had a notebook, like a little spiral-bound notebook, or maybe it was one of the composition books, that are usually sewn, the pages. But she had a notebook that sat on top of the television, and this was like, an old like 1960s cabinet television, right? So it sat on top of the television, and this notebook contained a list of television shows that were not allowed to be viewed in her home, like not even in syndicated rerun, because, I guess she just held a grudge at that point, because they ran Pepsi ads, or, were outright sponsored by Pepsi during, during the show. And, yeah, she, excuse me, and she kept track of, like, the Pepsi, like, subsidiary merger companies. Like, we weren't allowed to watch, movies with Joan Collins, because, I think it was her late husband left her a huge share of Pepsi, so still to this day, I find it very difficult to bring myself to drink any kind of, PepsiCo beverage, or even eat at Taco Bell. Excuse me. Because, its parent company is Pepsi. And, or wait, no, I think its parent company is Yum Brands, which is a subsidiary of Pepsi. I don't know the ins and outs of it, but there's a close relationship between Taco Bell and Pepsi, but a lot of Pepsis do have Dr. Pepper in their fountain, and I will get a Dr. Pepper. I tend to default to Dr. Pepper at restaurants that usually fast food stuff, or other restaurants that serve Pepsi. Just because my grandmother still gets into my head into my 40s, and she's been dead since like 1989. So yeah, I just needed something that's a little bit caffeinated because I'm tired again. But I'm going to cut the stream when my food arrives, so it's going to be a little bit shorter tonight. So, all right, we've got about 20 minutes or so left of this. And all right, we've got our guy from Little Caesars, or at least, Grubhub driver going to Little Caesars and bringing me my Little Caesars, and it's due to arrive in about 25 to 45, about 25 to 40 minutes thereabouts. Okay, not too bad. So we've got as little as 25 minutes or as many as an extra 40. All right. And I'm going to do a couple rows because I figured that one of these rows is about 5 minutes. But after I bring up the end of this one, I'm going to show off because this is the second ribbing panel that I am doing. So this is the first one, or the second half of the front ribbing panel that I'm doing. So here's the left side, the front left, and I am definitely going to rewrite this pattern, because like I said, the book gives you the wrong number of Crazy Daisy motifs to do, and the loom that it calls for is long discontinued, and I had to do trial and error to figure out how to adjust this with the Clover Hana Ami, which I think is also either discontinued or they are like remodeling it somehow. Like, I don't know. All I know is that my good Clover hooks and tools are just like a little bit on the pricier side, but they are really good quality for what they are. Excuse me. Especially my my ergonomic hooks for the crochet parts. So, what was I saying? Oh, right. Yeah, so I'm thinking I can, I'm going to rewrite that pattern and PDF it, and and then what? And then I'm going to put the pattern up for sale and also offer, made to order sweaters, because, why the hell not? In part because I'm not the best at, I don't know, the, actually, I should make a second one, in the smaller size, and that one will be ready-made, and everything. So yeah, I was not expecting, I was kind of expecting some amount of shit show to erupt um the after Keffels released the Chris Chan interview last night or yesterday afternoon. Well, it was dark here already, so yesterday afternoon she released um the Chris Chan interview, and like I said last night when when I was streaming, that I liked it. It came down on the sympathetic side, but of neutral. Didn't really sugarcoat anything, but at the same time, she didn't call out some of Christine's bullshit, responses to the questions about the mother effing incident of 2021. So I yeah, my response to it is like, mixed but positive. You know, it was nice to see, you know, um Chris Chan presented in her own words and with excuse me, without judgment. But at the same time, it would have been a little bit satisfying to, just see her get, just to like see somebody like just like say like, look, there's more than just this one thing, and it doesn't look like nobody is kept in jail for um excuse me, for most of 2 years without some kind of evidence, right? Or charges do not remain on the record without being dropped for almost 2 years without something to go on, right? So, yeah, it just, I don't know. Like I said, but at the same time, like, I don't know why, but I was expecting the broader, left wing side of social media that I've kind of gravitated towards to be at least a little bit, you know, more willing to give the internet video, give the interview video a chance, to at least like watch and figure out what the hell's going on with this. And as um, I think that was part of what began when I decided to stream snipe the President Sunday bit for a minute while I went down to the vending machine. But that like he barely watched 2 minutes of it and already decided that this was just something that Keffels did to make Chris Chan look stupid. And as I've said to a number of people um, on the Chris Chan Sonichu Reddit for years, that like there's a reason that a lot of people, like Best X being one of them, were like in the camp of like, you don't need to troll Chris Chan for Chris to say something stupid. Like you don't need to do any kind of manipulation to make Chris look stupid. Like Chris is perfectly capable of making herself look kind of dumb all on her own. Chris is perfectly capable of making herself look crazy all on her own. And, like that's kind of what it wasn't set up to do that. The interview was set up to, give a, given to, like lend Chris an ear on the sympathetic side of neutral that also, was not going to sugarcoat anything that Chris said or did during the interview segment that, that just by happenstance would make Chris look kind of dumb. And yeah, and I guess a lot of people are losing their shit all over like Vouchcord and all that. And I haven't checked Vouchcord in over a year just because I don't know, it's always like way too busy um and all that. And I don't know, for some reason people on Catboy Ranch really like me. So if I'm ever in a position where I have to briefly pause the $3 a month to excuse me, as a dues paying member of the Wiggler Union, as I've said on there a few times. Um, I'm sure somebody's going to have my back on that regard. Plus there's a whole like, voucher system, whatever, to that she's that Keffel and her mods have set up to let people in who genuinely cannot afford. And as I've said to people before, like, yeah, it's $3 a month, but $3 a month is not why I'm broke. I mean, yeah, you can say, oh, well, what about all the stuff? It just adds up. I'm like, yeah, but if I were to like discontinue everything that just kind of all added up, then uh, you're basically saying that it's like saying somebody on food stamps can only really eat rice and beans, or they're being irresponsible with their benefits, and I'm not going to do that. Right? Like nobody's going to do that. Like realistically, just like most people in that same situation are not going to do that. Like, like sure, if it's going to be a temporary thing, then yeah, like, if you go in knowing that it's going to be a temporary thing, then yeah, like most people won't think anything of that. But, you're asking me, a, a crippled fag who, uh, try to ignore that I said that because of Twitch, TOS, etc. But yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm a crippled gamo who, this is like my primary income. I'm not going to deprive myself in the long term of something that, most other people can just as easily take for granted. It just means I have to be a bit more mindful of everything else I spend on. And yeah, like I said, $3 a month, toward Keffels is not what's making me broke. It's, if anything, I get the entertainment value I pay for and then some. So oh gosh. Third day in a row talking about Chris Chan. But yeah, I don't know, I'm just like really disappointed with a lot of people I've seen and the way that they're reacting to this. It's like, at some point, somebody in a, oh crap, I'm not going to pull it up on screen because I, I mean, yeah, there's the whole like, assume this is, assume whatever you say is going to, has at least the potential of getting leaked. But, I'm also not going to like break the expectation of, being a decent human being. But yeah, somebody on there said, said yesterday that they're a care worker with adults who have intellectual disabilities, like somebody with oh, and they used this clip of this young woman with Down syndrome, I believe. Oh wait, no, that was on TikTok, and I can technically access this here, but I don't know. I'm just I cannot brain today. This is what 3 hours of sleep on average a night for most of a year. does to a person. Like I've been making up for lost sleep for the last, you know, yeah, about a week. It's been about a week since I got my CPAP out of my storage unit. So, um, okay, wait. Oh, right. There we go. So, so yeah, I think, um, yeah, I'm pretty sure, one of the, um, yeah, I'm pretty sure the young lady with Down syndrome in the video about, or wait, did she have something else? I don't know, but yeah, she was friends with, oh, I'm pretty sure it is this kid. I say kid because it was, but I think he was like 20. That's like basically a kid to me. I think it was like 20 in when this episode was first filmed, and it originally aired on Vimeo. And this is a really cute show, and I say cute in like the that in the nicest way possible. I'm not like like that it's really good at showing um adults with intellectual handicaps as just like living as young adults like in their early 20s. The show's a bit older than the upload dates suggest, but because like I said, it originally was on Vimeo. And but oh, this is a cute one. But yeah, it's kind of mundane in the sense that they go to their classes, they go to work.
Last time on the specials, my girlfriend Megan became our new housemate. I was feeling shy.
We haven't had our first kiss yet.
They
Sam wasn't
go on
shy.
dates.
But we gave
but yeah.
Megan a big welcome.
Megan, welcome back. Cheers.
It's Friday morning, and I have been living here for 1 week.
It's sped up a little bit from the Sunday stream.
I think it's a bit shy, I think.
1.25,
Because Megan
I
moved in.
think.
Because they're not talking to each other.
No, 1.5.
I don't talk to him much, no.
You don't talk to her much?
No.
And how about her? Does she talk to you much?
Sometimes he talks to me much, yeah.
Would you like to talk to her more?
Yeah.
I think Lewis here has something called Wilson syndrome.
What do you want to do tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night.
What's this?
At Thornhill?
Yeah, okay.
Well, a couple of the other people, you can tell by their facial features have Down syndrome. But that brings a very distinctive facial structure.
I like fish.
Oh, on my orders,
Sometimes I don't like eating fish. Like some.
you got an ETA
I
of
don't like eating normal fish.
11:01 to 11:16.
You don't like fish? Exactly. I don't like fish.
Hilly is out shopping for a dress with her mum and sister Poppy.
Hi there. Hi. Right, Hilsey. Shop, shop, shop.
In a few days, she's performing a dance duet with Sam.
This is lovely, Hilly. So cute. Gorgeous. I know Hilly thinks her little girl in come to school. I love Hilly as a friend. Yeah, this is my best friend for a long time.
But yeah, one of the things that somebody brought up, and like she is, in the Discord was that like she's a care worker, and the goal is to like give give adults with these kinds of handicaps like some guidance to make the better choices, but still let them, like, even if it's going to be a stupid choice, you know, they're an adult. They have the right to make the stupid choice. And, that's where I've got to agree with with Keffels and some of the other Catboy Ranch people who are saying that, like, no, it's clearly like some kind of like benevolent ableism to say that, you know, well, you should take the higher ground and not, do this, interview with, with Chris Chan because, clearly she's incapable of making good choices for herself. And I'm like, well, she's also an adult. And yeah, you know, she's, I've watched Chris Chan um, off and on for like 20 years. Like, I've been aware of Chris Chan's existence since literally before Something Awful, right? And um and yeah, like, she's not as smart as she seems to think she is sometimes, but she's also not as stupid as a lot of onlookers seem to think she is. It, and even even perfectly neurotypical adults will still make stupid choices on occasion. So, if you're saying that, oh, she's got this, um, because she's got this handicap that um, that impairs her ability to make the best possible choice, then you shouldn't let her make the dumb choice, even if somebody who lacks that handicap is allowed to make the dumb choice. It's like it's a very patronizing form of ableism that positions itself as benevolent, and when it's actually just very patronizing, right? You see that with things like, oh my gosh, I think I think I can't remember if Best X said he was in this game or if a friend of his was in this game of not either it was D&D or something, or like a homebrew RPG that was using like superheroes as a basis for the thing. And the villain of the game was Captain with a K, Klansman, who was this kind of benevolent racist, right? Like, he would do things like, like help the, little black children, like, from getting hit by a truck, and then say, now remember, whenever you're in trouble, look for the white guy. And and so this is why he was, yeah, and like the part of, like, that made this, like, that made this, villain so um difficult to beat in that game was that, like, yes, of course he's the villain, he's Captain Klansman, but the town is also full of people, even if they think he's kind of a dick, that he's still doing the right thing. Like, he's just kind of a dick about it. But like, no, and in the RPG, it turned out that, yeah, he was there as like a distraction against, yes, from the bigger fascism to come. So but still, it's like, like, they're like I said, like the benevolent ableism that a lot of people seem to be expressing, this last 24 hours about Chris Chan is, similar to that benevolent racism of Captain Klansman, right? Where, you know, I mean, you can think to yourself, he's kind of a dick, but he's doing the right thing. Or you can say, like, no, like, he's distracting from, he's doing this to distract from the bigger fascism behind him, right? And and that's where I gotta say, like, people gotta fuck off with this, benevolent ableism toward Christine. Like, yeah, she's a chronic dumb shit, but she's an adult who is actually been determined to be able to mostly take care of herself. I mean, hopefully there's some kind of social worker doing, like monthly or somehow periodic check-ins on her situation. Not a whole lot is known about Christian's current situation, though it's possible um, that the situation she's living in may be exploitative. Like I said, there's not a whole lot concretely known, but with Kiwi Farms freaks being what they are, some is known more than a lot of people I'm friendly with would be comfortable with. And there is reason to believe that the current living situation is at least kind of exploitative, but at the same time, like, a like a caseworker who's got or even like a more hands-on social worker who has this, you know, um, not so much patient, but like who has has like the person's um, best interest regarding personal autonomy in mind, will say that, I mean, yeah, like even a neurotypical person could end up in a similarly exploitative situation. And, and these are the breaks when you are treating somebody as a generally capable adult that, like even if you're looking in on them for, their own benefit and welfare, there's, you still got to let them, you still got to make the attempt to let, you still got to let them attempt to learn from bad choices if that's, if there is reason to believe they can. And there is just enough reason to believe Chris can learn, even if only eventually, from some of the dumb things she's done and has been allowed to do, or has even like been manipulated into doing. Um, so yeah, um, it's a thing. It happens, and that's all I got to say about this. Oh my gosh. Yes. Oh yes, Nigel. Nigel, bud. Uh-oh. Oh, now we're playful. Now we want Phoebe to chase us, huh? Yeah? Want your sister to chase you? You do, don't you? Get him, Phoebe. Phoebe, get your brother. Get him. He wants chasing. Nigel, tell her to chase you. Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me. Phoebe's the one who chases you. Nigel. Hello, my love. Nigel, bud. Come here, love of my life. Really? We're doing this. Okay. He's just loafing on the floor and staring at me now. Little weirdo. Nigel, you're obsessed. He is. This cat is obsessed with me. In a very weird way sometimes. Okay, I really hope this does not turn into one of those situations where Little Caesars closed, like right as I was ordering, and they're going to have to refund me, and I'm not going to find out until like way later. Because that's happened to me before. I believe at another at a different location, but it's happened to me before via Grubhub, and it's pissed me off every time. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Nigel, you got the mouse? You got it? I need to either get them a new laser pointer or at least get batteries for their laser pointer. because the laser pointer's out of batteries. A brand new laser pointer might be cheaper, but new batteries for it would be the more responsible environmental choice. Uh-oh. Nigel found their silver vine. Nigel, did you find it? Gotta get it. Oh, yep, he's chewing. So I'm thinking when I eventually get into a new apartment, it's going to take me a while to save up and get some stuff, but I do want a decent enough stream setup. And what? I don't know. So, other shit that's gone on today is a bunch of receipts dropped on Twitter about the Xena and Poppy situation with the latest of Poppy's exes, who has and I don't remember who first dropped the chat logs publicly, but it is not looking good for Poppy's claim over the last week and some that this ex of hers essayed under deception, or via deception, which already felt like kind of a weak argument, but at the same time, I don't know, like I've never been close to them, Zian and Poppy, even though we are generally local-ish to each other. I've never met them. So yeah. Yeah, I've never met them. We've never been close. And but at the same time, I'm of the opinion that, like I was thinking to myself that this just seemed like a messy breakup, and I'm not going to tell you how to feel about your breakup. So I'm not going to tell another person how to feel about, their own situation. But some stuff was just not really adding up. And, but I was also thinking, well, it could have just been worded a bit weirdly. And then today, or I guess yesterday, technically, because I don't ever find out about anything on time. I never found out about anything when it happens. I'm always amongst the last to know a damn thing. So, let's see. Now I am on a really We're doing this. I am on Poppy's locked Twitter, and I'm I'm not too worried about this biting me in the ass because, like I said, we're not close. We've never personally met. I'm under the impression that, if I drove, we probably live just under an hour from each other. I think she's a bit closer to Detroit than I am. But like I said, to my knowledge, we haven't met. We're not close. I wouldn't be surprised if she knows some of the same local people that I do, just because of like how insular the trans community and local goth subculture can be, and how much of those two overlap. So yeah, let's see. Gay Fesh tweets out that just wanted to walk away and never speak about this publicly, but I already made the choice to get involved, and with new receipts, can't shake the guilt off. I've already engaged. I can't have private regrets on public behavior. As Poppy would say, I made big boy decisions. Next tweet. At this point, if Poppy is going to argue with no F flake S8er because the consent was not informed, then Poppy has to own that no F Flake's consent was not enthusiastic or freely given. I saw the DMs. You badgered her into the trip after she already broke up with you. And we love you. Are you breaking up with Poppy and Penny? Because Poppy's got dissociative identity disorder. Right before the trip, please don't. Love, stop, please. I'm sorry I fucked up, but hear me out. Yeah, I am. I'm breaking up with you both. I need to go back to normal. I need to fix myself. I need to be okay. I need to not be so stressed all the time. Please listen to us. I can't. I cannot do this. Missed call. Haley, please don't do this. We see begging from Poppy to not break up. We can fix it. We are sorry. It's over. I do love you. What love is left there? It's so broken and shattered. Love, please. We can fix this. I am coming to see you tomorrow. No, we can't. I can't even refund the hotel now. Please, give us the weekend. We can fix this. Please, we beg you. Talk to us. We overreacted. It was too much at once. Please, please. So yeah, this is sounding like how Gayfish described. And this is what, set off a minor alarm to me yesterday when I saw it. And, but at the same time, I thought, I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt and just not voice my concerns because this could have just been worded very weirdly. And of course, clearly unlocked at time of screen cap. This never happened. Okay, so Noah Flake, they begged and guilt-tripped me to come down to the hotel they already paid for. Poppy was fully aware I didn't want to be with her anymore ahead of that. ZZ, so Xena, Xena and Poppy, guilt-tripped me into giving it one last chance to talk. Sex was never on the table or desired with either of them. This never happened. We mentioned the cost twice. Okay. I have DMs from that Thursday, the 21st, showing her being asked multiple times if she wanted to come if she wanted us to come out. So, and we saw that, asking multiple times, which was kind of like what set off a bell to me. And we see like the asking multiple times was like saying, I'm coming over whether you say you're okay with it or not, and then begging to, come out to the hotel room because I'm coming over anyway, like begging, repeatedly begging, like basically badgering her into, going along with the plans. She didn't just break up with her. Oh, I've got another Ko-Fi dono. What is this one going to tell me? Oh, hey, now I've got another thing. Wait, get back here. I always forget that I've got the thing set to not close off the screen on a. Oh, yay, yay. All right. We've got pizza arriving within 10 minutes. Oh, wait, this is your Grubhub driver. I have arrived. Okay. I will, I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna snipe some of this from you. Okay. Okay. Oh, I forgot to switch the tab over. Oh well. Anyway, I've committed to the bit, and hopefully some sound played through that. Besides, just me, baby talking my cats. But yeah, so she was asking multiple times on the morning of the 22nd. No one pressured her once. But as again we saw from the thing, that does not seem to be the case. It seems that, there was whether wittingly or not, some emotional coercion, some guilt tripping. So Gayfesh continues. Ironically, I probably would still be friends with Z and P today, except that they wouldn't let any of their friends stay out of their constant relationship woes. We were guilted for not immediately coming to Poppy's defense for a relationship we could all tell was doomed from the start. Because of that, because I was asked to get involved and speak up to defend Poppy, I actually went and looked into it because I don't want to blindly sign off on this shit. And what I found was exactly what it appeared from the start, a messy breakup that I wanted no part of. I initially was willing to help them, but their shotgun Twitter approach was just indistinguishable from a harassment campaign. Noah Flake waited weeks to even respond. Oh, went on a little bit longer than I thought. As I said, I'm always like the last to find out about anything. And Z&P weaponized their audience and directed them all to tag Noah Flake with a copy pasta. And we see an example of here. If you follow / associate with Noah Flake, you are condoning sexual assault through deception. You are condoning abuse through ableism. You are condoning toxic polyamory with no care toward consent or partner safety. Lying for sex is sexual assault. It violates informed consent. And here's another version of it. You're condoning sex from deception. You are condoning abuse through ableism. You are this is what Poppy has tried to make people understand. Follow or associate with Noah Flake. You are condoning bap, 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 bap. Version. Feel free to copy / paste the tweet below and share it. ZMP retweeted a community member tagging anyone even remotely involved and only unretweeted it after I told them how bad it looked. I pointed out that they knew the person they were retweeting has severely unhealthy parasocial attachments, and Zaina denied it was even parasocial. I asked them to stay off Twitter for a couple days so we could figure out together what it was they actually wanted to accomplish, because I could, see no strategy here if the goal was to get Noah Flake to just agree with their narrative, and that was never going to happen. Poppy agreed until Zaina, who gets erased from the narrative because they're the quiet one in public. And they also often get referred to as Poppy, even because they are the quiet one in public, because the channel is called Zaina and Poppy, Wholesome Degenerates. Who gets erased from the narrative because they're the quiet one in public, but in private they are the real driver, mocked the idea of even having a goal. So they don't have one. They're just angrily lashing out with zero plan. Finally, I'm not the one to leak DMs lightly, but again, we see unlocked, so I'm okay with doing this public. I'm not one to leak DMs lightly. The last time I did so, it was because a content creator was pedojacking a ton of trans people. This response disturbed me so much, I made sure to screenshot it. They know they're making the trans panic argument. They don't care. Gayfesh replies, that Yale Law article you keep linking brings up a case of a trans person not disclosing their trans status and being convicted of sexual intimacy by fraud in the opening paragraph and doesn't debunk it. It's not the kill shot you think it is if people could cite it for the trans panic defense. Poppy, I don't care. The point still stands. Fesh, constantly criticizing my efforts isn't helping me. It feels like shit. I am in the right here. Full stop. Gayfesh, I need a few days to think on this because your response here has deeply disturbed me. And then I continued, and then I followed from here. Shout out to Farron is tired for this thread. It was the kick in the ass I needed. So, a mood of mine is being accused of sexual assault by her ex and is being painted as an abuser who pushes boundaries constantly and rape by deception. Now, obviously, I take accusations of assault pretty seriously, so I went to my mute, and it turns out she is the victim. Did anybody ever answer me on this? So this is all well and good, except that the entire thing is a lie. I've been given permission to share screenshots of the events leading up to this visit where the essay happened. Reminder that this is predicated on Poppy's seeming ignorance. Twitter does not give me all the notifications that I need. Really? Nobody wants to tell me what FMOC means? Even after I said Urban Dictionary is giving me nothing? Urban Dictionary gave me a recommendation that seems totally irrelevant to this. Okay, I was under the impression that we were being intimate as a means to finally beating. The second is that I had been the victim of sexual assault. In my current situation with my ex, the area where my consent was violated is the I, or the informed part of the consent of the Fries model. I was under the impression that we were being intimate as a means of finally being together after 4 months of waiting, and because we were both heavily attracted to one another. In short, I thought it was just an act of love and lust. This was even communicated during the act. As for me, I hate all of this. I hate the way the FMOC and my ex treated my partner. With the FMOC, this was nothing short of betrayal. This had been someone we were trying to help and be there for. ZZ had regular phone calls and messages with it for support. They offered money and advice. I hate that the person I was deeply in love with hurt me so thoroughly. I was told to visit for the holidays explicitly by her, and drove 500 miles, spending hundreds of dollars, only to have my heart shattered again and my body violated for an experiment. However, the next day, when she walked out, she informed me that everything she had done was to test if she still loved me. She, in fact, didn't, which went directly against the stated goals of the weekend and things said during the act. The reality is that if I had known that she was using sex as a litmus test for her feelings, I never would have consented. Noah Haley attempted to break up with Poppy prior to the visit and was convinced over the course of hours not to go through with the breakup. Her boundaries were not respected. And when I spoke with Poppy this morning, trying to hear her side, I was told she's a big girl. Seriously. She is a big girl and made decisions. And, oh, part of the thing that I read a few minutes ago. This is not only a gross understanding of coercion in a relationship, it's frankly fucking dangerous, especially in light of the fact that Poppy is publicly accusing Haley/Noah of essaying her via deception. Some highlights of this fucked up understanding of boundaries, ability to take responsibility for one's own actions and how they cause harm, and publicly accusing your ex of essaying you because she broke up with you in person when you didn't take it over text. Didn't take the over text breakup seriously. So,
We okay, Phoebe?
you up to Chuck.
Don't eat so fast, Miss Lady.
Okay.
Are we okay? Phoebe. It's You're okay.
Okay. So much for this fucking relationship. Clearly not, because the call wasn't. The contents of the... Nothing was consensual. Great, thanks. Contents of the call were. Okay, clearly not, because the call wasn't. This is the problem with your fucking headmate. She creates these situations by not speaking up. If she didn't want a second call, say so. Deal with the consequences. If you don't want to play over video, say so. If you don't want Poppy to joke about the moving stuff, which was drastically helping her anxiety and she thought was okay, fucking say so. I already said I was pissed for how Poppy has been treated, and then she does this after last night was so good. What was was that a problem too? What else is not being said? Fuck, Max, can you please work with me? I'm here. I don't know what to do here. Look, I get she needs space, but that shouldn't have come up with this shit. It is all tangled now. Love, she can't listen to a boundary that you don't set. You know, like, I'm breaking up with you? You are being passive aggressive. Saying I can't do this relationship anymore is, I don't know, it seems pretty clear to me. Stop. She doesn't bring it up to hurt. It comes up because of anxiety and because she was trying to make it better. The second one failed, but don't be an asshole when you didn't speak up. She legitimately didn't know. Again, this seems contradictory to what was previously said and established. Also, a reinforcement of a previous boundary: stop being competitive. That's been broken multiple times. Ailey, you've made this a contest by its nature. It is one versus the other. This is on you, but most of her stuff was part of those jokes. Thank you for reinforcing the boundary. We didn't realize that being playfully competitive was an issue. It's only driving resentment more. So you resent her because you didn't speak up and reassert the boundary when she thought joking was okay. It just sounds like a trap and a shitty one. I am trying to be neutral here, but you are acting really aggressive, and we don't did and I have don't done nothing to you right now. Please stop being this way towards me. I am not Poppy, and she doesn't deserve this either. She made a mistake and didn't know. Simple as. Yeah, right. This okay, this here has me just really questioning the DID thing now, because if this is like DID is a controversial diagnosis to begin with, and one of the things that's supposed to be a hallmark of the dissociative identities is differences in speech patterns, and this is sounding exactly like Poppy's speech patterns while saying it isn't. So speaking of, I get that it made you uncomfy, but you have to tell her when she is misreading the situation, because now she is dissociating because she thinks she forced you this morning. Oh, sounds like a guilty conscience if you ask me. Because you didn't speak up and reassert the boundary. Yeah, I gotta agree, that's pretty damn gross. Excuse me. Okay, so this is a pattern in the relationship. Even days prior to the visit, Poppy accuses Haley of not speaking up and setting proper boundaries. But then when Haley does so, she is convinced out of her boundaries and that she's a big girl. Max, please. Yeah. Can you intervene? She is treating Poppy like shit. She's spiraling too. Sorry. I am about I'm about to start breaking things. Oh my god. Starting with calls if she can't be clear. I am trying to understand, but she set Poppy up. Now Poppy is freaking out that she forced her this morning and that the extra call was unwanted. Calls, she's fine with the one as long as it's only for a couple hours like she asked for. She can't do multiple calls a weekend all the time, and got deeply spooked by how insistent it was that she accept at least a second, if not third, because of how Friday went, which Friday was already longer than she wanted. She could have just said no. Poppy even gave her every fucking out. It never seems like an option. So Poppy did force her. Yeah, if you're badgering somebody, like like I've been in a bad mental state like that, but on later reflection, I can see that I was the one who fucked up in that situation. This is victim blaming. This is abuse. Let me be very clear. I'm involved because Poppy has continued to stalk and harass Haley, including going to unrelated mutuals to call Haley an abuser and essayer, all in the name of, I don't want her to hurt anyone else. Literally lying in broad daylight about the events leading up to this. No one pressured her once. Fucking excuse me? I'm sure Poppy even understands this concept. This is either someone with no concept of respect or is an outright manipulative liar. And, it's the thing that I read some minutes ago. The hotel not being refundable is quite literally being used here as a way to guilt Haley to accept the visit to begin with after saying no. What we read off earlier. Now, I tried speaking with Poppy about this. I pointed out how this was not okay behavior, and her response was to tell me that she doesn't see this as a problem at all. And at this point, I'm just like, what the fuck? Because you say this about her, and yet I see the opposite clear as day, so please explain. It's over. Love, please, we can fix this. I'm coming to see you tomorrow. No, we can't. I'm really struggling here. Do you see how I'm struggling? I'm breaking up with you both. And Poppy says, no, not really, seeing how Farron is struggling. To see the, what's okay about any of this. Which leads me to this, which frankly really fucking confused me. Poppy is pretty adamant that Amy and Haley's relationship caused her suicidal thoughts. So I guess Amy is somebody that Noah was seeing just prior to starting the relationship with Poppy. Poppy's pretty adamant that Amy and Haley's relationship caused her suicidal thoughts, a pretty serious accusation on top of the essay, which, again, the events surrounding that were publicly lied about. God, these two are disgusting. Amy is the partner who is causing my suicide ideations because of her lies, and Noah broke up with her because of the harm it was doing to me when we broke up. And then when we broke up, she immediately got back with her. These two are repugnant liars. Which, she has every right to get back with, somebody that she broke up with because you are making threats of SH. Okay. This is apparently the reason for that. Now, look, Poppy had a lot of issues, and that's part of why I hesitated to do this and spoke with her first. But you do not get to blame your partner for causing you to have suicidal ideations like this. This is weaponizing SI. Poppy, that was a mess. Noah, it still worked out pretty well, all things considered. Poppy, not on my end. I was a wreck. Noah, oh, fuck. Poppy, she was fine. Sora was fine. I had suicidal ideations. And then that Sunday was so bad that I basically laid in Zezed's arms, bawling and wanting to end my life. Noah, shit, I'm sorry, Poppy. Poppy, do you get it now? This is what I mean by gambling my mental health, the desire for me to interact, the value that metamors should. It means seeing my partner with their partner, which will trigger intrusive thoughts and ideations. This is what I meant when I say that shit needs to be done slow and with intention and has to be a decision by both of us. She gets to be uncomfortable. I get to be hurt and potentially hurt myself. The issue is here is very real. This is manipulative. This is just straight up manipulative bullshit. It's like, no, no. That is just straight up emotional manipulation. I didn't read that very very clearly earlier. It's quite frankly emotional blackmail. I've been here before. What the fuck are you supposed to say to someone who is saying, "We're poly, but seeing you with your partners makes me want to kill myself"? Very little, because it's an emotional trap. This is absolutely horseshit, by the way. If someone ever tells you this, you run for the fucking hills. I'm very sympathetic to people with borderline personality disorder, but this is just excusing abusive behavior, dodging accountability, and emotionally blackmailing your partner. Boppy, metamorphs with BPD needs special considerations, simple as, again, we see like the same speech patterns when, previously this was supposed to be an alter speaking. Like, there is a goddamn reason. Hold on. There's a reason that there's an increasingly vocal minority of both mental health professionals and laity who are increasingly skeptical that borderline personality disorder as its own separate thing. And HD Tutor does a really good job of explaining like some of the things that a couple of my friends who work with mental health, and I, as someone who's been in and out of therapy for decades, have been coming to about BPD, that it's either misdiagnosed PTSD, or the other portion of people with, like, there's two kinds of people who get diagnosed with borderline personality disorder: those who have misdiagnosed CPTSD, or complex post-traumatic stress disorder, or people who would otherwise be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. And I think this is the one. This is the one that I've been pitching at people all day. So when we're gonna stop.
Why the borderline is not what you think. Hello, I'm HG Tudor. I've explained elsewhere that I'm a narcissistic psychopath, a hybrid between narcissist and psychopath, and what I do is provide you with understanding about my kind by presenting to you as our worldview, how we look at you, how we function, how we operate. As a consequence of my extended observation and immersion in activity with my kind, the level of my intellect, and the awareness that has been granted to me by my particular evolved form of narcissism and psychopathy, I'm able to share all of this information with you for the furtherance of my legacy and, of course, your understanding. As part of this, I bust the myths about our kind. I plug the gaps in the knowledge where others don't fully understand it because they are not me. They're not of my kind. Where they are, they're unaware and therefore aren't able to articulate the way that my kind function. When it comes to personality disorders, the relevant guide, being the DSM-5, the Diagnostic Criteria, the American Psychiatric Association, of course, divides personality disorders into various clusters. We have cluster A, which includes paranoid personality disorder, schizoid personality disorder, schizotypal personality disorder. Then we move on to the juicy cluster Bs: antisocial personality disorder, borderline personality disorder, histrionic personality disorder, and narcissistic personality disorder. And then, of course, cluster C: avoidant personality disorder, dependent personality disorder, obsessive-compulsive personality disorder. There are other personality disorders outside of those clusters, and of course within cluster B we have 4. Antisocial personality disorder, which is what I, with my psychopathy, have been diagnosed with, and narcissistic personality disorder. histrionic, as mentioned, and of course, borderline personality disorder. You'll notice that all four are clustered together, and with good reason, because there are huge similarities between them. There are some differences, but huge similarities. Borderline personality disorder is something whereby many individuals recognize, as a consequence of diagnosis, that they're a borderline. There are others who aren't diagnosed, but declare themselves to be a borderline. I recall many years ago, in early discussions on my blog, that somebody actually stated that being with a borderline was worse than being with a narcissist, and then gave their own personal account of the hell that they had been through. The fact is, the term borderline is misleading, and in order to enable you to understand what precisely is meant by that, I'm going to provide you now with my video about the borderline in order to break down some myths, to open up some further understanding about what actually is going on, to enable you to get to the bottom of why borderline is used, why it's not actually what you think. For those of you that may have been diagnosed with that description, it actually may well provide you with some relief from the stigma that you may think is associated with such a diagnosis. In other instances, those of you that believe that you've been entangled with someone who is described as borderline, you'll actually receive a very eye-opening explanation, which will probably accord with your own experience, but have been denied to you as a consequence of the label. We're going to embark upon this video, which I have segued with this opening explanation, to enable its reach to be extended, so that more people gain knowledge about what is really going on. The borderline. I'm often asked for my views about the borderline. Those that state that they are a borderline, those that have borderline personality disorder. What are they? What is their relationship with the narcissist? Do narcissists prefer borderlines? With regard to the borderline, I regard it as a misconceived description, and that the description of borderline ought to be removed because it essentially covers two groups, and in a misleading manner. The first group is that it affords the title of borderline to individuals who are actually suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, victims of abuse, victims of trauma, whose behaviour manifests in a way which, as a consequence of this external stressor, causes a reduction in their emotional empathy for a period which is longer than the usual temporary reduction. An external stressor, such as fear, alcohol, drugs, loneliness, bereavement, stress, financial pressure, abuse, and others, will cause, in an individual that has emotional empathy, a temporary reduction in that emotional empathy, resulting in behaviours which would be regarded as potentially disordered, certainly problematic, aggressive, chaotic, bewildering, confusing, up and down in nature. Usually, where there is a reduction in that emotional empathy, it tends to be, the consequent behaviour tends to be directed toward one person, invariably the protagonist, and it's they who are on the receiving end of the unpleasant behaviour, the lashing out, the tirades, possibly physical violence, or an individual who is trying to help, who gets caught up in essence in the crossfire. Sometimes, however, the individuals affected by the response of the individual with their reduced emotional empathy are more numerous. Usually, the incident is temporary in nature. It could just be a few minutes, or a day or two, maybe a week. But as the external stressor is reduced and removed, for instance, a respite period is granted.
Now this was initially of interest to me. I think this was how I first happened upon HG Tutor's channel, was through this video, or maybe a similar one. He's done a few about borderline personality disorder. Excuse me. And see, I was misdiagnosed with that early in my transition. In fact, the therapist who gave me the letter for HRT and my chest surgery, she thought I might have borderline personality disorder, and at some point, like, I stopped seeing her for like a few reasons, just like cost being like the big one, and but after that, I maybe a few months after that, I was reading stuff about how CPTSD, especially if it's stemming from abusive childhoods, can often be misdiagnosed as borderline personality disorder, or conversely, it can create borderline personality disorder. But see, the thing is that CPTSD can be treated, but personality disorders, on the other hand, cannot, or at least not through conventional means. Like you can learn, like a person with certain personality disorders, they can learn to manage their way around. They can learn to manage their symptoms to be excuse me excuse me to be at least to be at the at a lessened risk to themselves and others, but it it can't be treated as effectively as, like, say, CPTSD can. And my own PTSD has actually, like, gotten like a lot better with years. I don't know if it will ever be considered cured, but it's gotten a lot better over the, oh god, oh shit, 18 years this year since I was seeing Dr. Salmons, who thought I might meet a BPD diagnosis, and yeah, I'm actually doing much better since I started having it being treated as PTSD rather than borderline personality disorder. So yeah, like, this is why this is why he seems to be making a lot of sense to me, because, like, I know from experience that that maybe Dr. Salmons just kind of, like, jumped the gun and, like, I will admit, though, when I went to go see her, it was with the express purpose of getting my letters for transition. So I wasn't especially open about a lot of stuff with her because I knew I couldn't afford her much longer than getting my letter and all of that. So but like, that's on me. That's on me that, like, I briefly had that misdiagnosis on there because I made the choice to not be quite as open about and plus, like I said, this was like almost 20 years ago, and there were still a lot of legit, at least trans people believed that there were a lot of legit fears with opening up about like child abuse to a therapist, that it could prolong, it was commonly believed by trans people that this could prolong the time frame in getting the letter. And while while Dr. Salmons is still widely considered, though I think she's retired. Oh god, I hope she's still around, living. I know she retired. I know she wanted to retire some years ago when I moved back to the Ann Arbor area from Lansing, but yeah, excuse me. And while I know she's like one of the better therapists, like, she still has like this beautiful reputation amongst other trans people. You still go into that like expecting something, even if you have heard that that this is one of the better therapists. You still expect, you still went in expecting this kind of pushback, against against the transition going as smoothly as possible. So at the time, it made a lot of sense to me to hold back on some things because I thought it would like drag it out a lot longer than it needed to be.
Fatigue goes away with a good night's sleep. The effects of alcohol wear off. The emotional empathy returns, and those narcissistic traits which were being exhibited are kept within the framework of emotional empathy, and therefore the aberrant behavior is removed. However, for some individuals, the sustained application of that abuse and that trauma results in a more elongated, extended period of the dampening down of their emotional empathy. It's not permanent. It will return, but it will take longer because the effect of the ongoing trauma or the consequences of the trauma are continuing to keep that emotional empathy down. So an individual who is repeatedly being abused to such a level may continue to cause a sustained reduction in their emotional empathy, resulting in aberrant behavior. Or, even though the abuse has stopped, the consequences of it were so extreme that they continue, almost like an echo from the original event, to keep that emotional empathy down. And the individual is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, which then is described as the behavior of a borderline, and it isn't. This description is unhelpful, of course, to that victim. That description presents problems for that individual, and instead, their behavior ought to be looked at as that associated with an individual who is experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder. Of course, not everybody who experiences PTSD lashes out at other people, but it is one manifestation of it.
Exactly.
So that is the first group of those that are often described as borderlines when they are not. What about the second group? These are the narcissists. And invariably they are mid-range narcissists who claim that they experience empathy, that they have it, but the evidence suggests to the contrary.
And see, this is where I'm...
Notice that borderline personality disorder is placed in cluster B with narcissism. Many of the behaviors are similar with regard to the descriptions in the DSM. Furthermore, it's often said that a narcissist fears damage to self-esteem, whereas the borderline fears abandonment. Actually, those two aspects come from the same branch, the loss of control. Fearing that somebody is going to leave you threatens control. Fearing that somebody regards you in a poor light, because the narcissist does have good self-esteem and doesn't want it damaged, amounts to a lack of control. The person that wants to get away from the individual because of their behavior appears to be abandoning them. That threatens that individual's sense of control, resulting...
And a fear of abandonment is often also associated with PTSD stemming from childhood, because, you know, your abuser is, you know, usually a parent or otherwise close family member, and you don't want that rejection from them, even though you want the abuse to stop. So, like, even if you're having a PTSD, you know, sort of reaction, you know, that manifests as, you know, lashing out in frustration, anxiety, perhaps even anger. And I've actually become a much less angry person, which is why I think, you know, like my CPTSD from child abuse is like become far more under control. Excuse me. Now I still have issues with managing frustration and anxieties, but I'm a much less angry person than I used to be, and but yeah, like I said, that fear of abandonment, just like because excuse me, you know, it's often seen with childhood PTSD cases, you know, or PTSD cases stemming from child abuse. I mean, there are children with PTSD already. You know, like I said, that fear of abandonment, you know, is present with cases of childhood child abuse, you know, PTSD, you know, even into adulthood. That's seen because, you know, because like I said, you know, your abuser in that situation was a parent or otherwise close family member, and you don't want that rejection. You want to, you know, keep that connection, keep that sense of being loved, but you also want the abuse to stop, right? So, I mean, so yeah, it makes sense that, you know, that borderline personality disorder actually, like, you know, could very well encapsulate, you know, two distinct camps who are given this borderline diagnosis, which isn't helpful. You know, it's not, you know, if it's misdiagnosed PTSD, especially if it's PTSD stemming from childhood abuse, then, you know, that's not helpful if, you know, they're being diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, because, you know, CPTSD can, you know, stemming from childhood abuse, you know, you can reach a state where you're much more like myself, you know, nowadays, or at least, you know, like my general my general mood. I've become, you know, over the last couple of decades, I've become like a much less angry person. Um, I'm um, I'm much less likely to lash out at the other person. I mean, granted, I'm still not the most, I still don't have the healthiest coping mechanisms at times of extreme frustration and anxiety. But I'm I've reached a point where um, it affects me a whole lot less than it used to, right? Um, but again, if like somebody is diagnosed as borderline, but it's actually misdiagnosed PTSD, that's not helping them. And then there's the other camp, which HD tutor is gonna continue on about some more now. um, then you've got the narcissistic personality disorder, where where this isn't, we're casting them as borderline. It's not helping them um, to become more aware of themselves and um, and learn better life skills to interact with people. Now HG says that he's in a special class where he's
In the response to assert control over them.
Where he's got he says he's got both narcissistic personality disorder, and I think his wording is clinical psychopathy, but yeah, basically he's got like extremely reduced emotional senses, while there are a handful of people he considers friends. He thinks of it very, at least in his words anyway, he thinks of it very clinically, very methodically, like, friendship isn't, just about, like the sheer enjoyment of another person's company, though that is also, that is often a benefit, but, or, an effect as well. But it's, he thinks of friendships in terms of like, what can I get from them that I'm not getting by myself, right? So so yeah, if he comes off very flip at times, but I also I also understand why, because I've watched a lot of his videos, and it's actually like helped me a lot in processing some of the abuses I've been subjected to in my life, especially worst ex, who, like I said, I have it on somebody who definitely is in an area where she would know, formerly mutual friend, but she's since distanced herself from him. And so I've heard from her that he was, that he is, he does have a borderline, or not borderline, narcissistic personality disorder with antisocial tendencies. So yeah.
Telling a narcissist that they're not good enough, sense of control, resulting in the response to assert control over them. Telling a narcissist that they're not
right
amounts to a lack of control. The person that wants to get away from the same branch. The loss of control. Fearing that somebody is going to leave you threatens control. Fearing that somebody regards you in a poor light, because the narcissist does have good self-esteem and doesn't want it damaged, amounts to a lack of control. The person that wants to get away from the individual because of their behavior appears to be abandoning them. That threatens that individual's sense of control, resulting in the response to assert control over them. Telling a narcissist that they're not good enough threatens their control. Insulting them with regard to how they look or how they behave threatens the control. It threatens their high conceit of themselves, their high self-esteem, and therefore both instances are actually threats to control, and therefore the individuals are similar creatures, or indeed are the same creature. The idea is that most narcissists are male rather than female, and this is incorrect. My experience demonstrates a roughly 50-50 split. The reason, of course, that narcissism is seen as more prevalent in male is because of the more narrow view of narcissism of being the vain alpha male. He eats what he kills, doesn't care about anybody, thinks he's fantastic, is always well-groomed, stares at himself in the mirror a lot. And as you all know, that is just one but a thin aspect of narcissism, and there are various different types. And therefore it falls to be the case that more males would be viewed as narcissists with that narrow definition. But, for example, many of the mid-range narcissists are female, and, in my own experience, there is a roughly 50-50 split between the genders. The other aspect is this. Borderline is a gender-biased label. If you describe somebody as a narcissist, it's stigmatic. It's not praising somebody. Society has an image that women ordinarily ought to be nurturing, empathic, caring. And therefore, if their behaviours, which are those of a narcissist, were labelled as such, that would stigmatise. And instead, the term borderline came about in order to, in effect, almost call it narcissist light. The behaviours are those of the narcissist, but are not described as such to avoid the stigmatic effect. And you'll be aware that a much larger proportion of those diagnosed as borderline are women as opposed to men, bearing out this gender bias. If we look at the behaviours, interestingly, I've had many people say to me, actually, a borderline's worse than a narcissist. But actually, that is just a narcissist you've been dealing with, and a particularly difficult one. You see, many instances, you will get individuals who will say, I can't help what I do. It's my borderline in me. I have emotional empathy. I just can't help the way that I behave. And that is blame shifting, but a very subtle form of it. If you know that you are engaging in a behaviour which is causing difficulties for people and you do nothing about it, that denotes an absence of emotional empathy. I engage repeatedly in behaviour which causes problems for other people. I deem it as justified in order to get what I require. I know that people see it as difficult, but I don't care because my needs come first. I have no conscience, no guilt. I have no emotional empathy. Unaware narcissists also cause problems for people. Those which have no awareness at all don't even realise that they are causing a problem for other people, and if it's pointed out to them, you get the blank look. They're at a loss.
Excuse me.
Those are the lessers. Mid-range narcissists are capable of understanding that their behaviour can be described as problematic, but it is never ever their fault. They will blame something or someone else. You made me do it. It's because I'm tired. Well, if you weren't nasty to me, I wouldn't have to then not speak to you. It's always someone else's or something else's fault. What do the borderlines do? I can't help what I do. It's my borderline. They have an awareness that their behaviour is problematic, but it is blamed on something else. That is a very subtle form of blame shifting. If they had emotional empathy, they would know that they're causing problems and they would correct that behaviour, but there is a failure to do so, which supports the fact that there can be no emotional empathy. An individual who has emotional empathy will not always behave as a saint, and where they engage in behaviour which is problematic, and that is far less the case than it is when dealing with a narcissist, of course, they will rarely repeat it. They will take corrective action. Their remorse and contrition is genuine. So where somebody who has emotional empathy, an empath or a normal, and even narcissistic individuals who have very low emotional empathy, first of all, their behaviour is regulated in a different way because they see the world through a lens of emotional empathy, which governs their behaviours and interactions with other people. They don't need control. But moreover, it leads to them rarely engaging in habitual. It means that they rarely engage in poor behaviour, and they certainly don't engage in no emotional empathy.
I missed a part. Seriously.
No emotional empathy. An individual who has emotional empathy will not always behave as a saint, and where they engage in behaviour which is problematic, and that is far less the case than it is when dealing with a narcissist, of course, they will rarely repeat it. They will take corrective action. Their remorse and contrition is genuine. So where somebody who has emotional empathy, an empath or a normal, and even narcissistic individuals who have very low emotional empathy, first of all, their behaviour is regulated in a different way because they see the world through a lens of emotional empathy, which governs their behaviours and interactions with other people. They don't need control. But moreover, it leads to them rarely engaging in habitual. It means that they rarely engage in poor behavior, and they certainly don't engage in habitual bad behavior, repeated poor behavior. Save, of course, where is the incident of an extended period of post-traumatic stress disorder. But even then, that will go away given time, and that draws the distinction between somebody who has emotional empathy and somebody who has not. Somebody who hasn't, the behavior keeps happening again and again and again, and no matter how aware they are of what they're doing, they don't accept responsibility for it. Because they don't accept responsibility, because they don't make any change, and they blame it on something else. And they may talk about how, I wish I could be different. I wish that things could be a different way. Well, do something about it. But it doesn't happen because there's no emotional empathy to drive the behavior. The lashing out is a consequence of a threat to control. The claim that somebody's going to leave them, the fact that they're walking away from them, is a threat to the control in the same way that it is experienced by a narcissist. And therefore, that is why a section, not all, but a section of individuals who are borderline are actually mid-range narcissists. And of course, if you point this out to them and explain, your behavior shows over a period of time, demonstrates a pattern of repeated behaviors that demonstrate that you have no emotional empathy. You blame shift. You show a response to a threat to your control. You need to assert control. You express contrition, but then go and behave in the same way. You behave with an absence of emotional empathy. They will not accept it. They will not alter their ways. They will continue. And therefore, the borderline will protest. No, it's not my fault. I just can't help being this way. It's the fact that I'm a borderline. It's my borderline that does this. I do have emotional empathy. Well, if you do, why aren't you exhibiting it? Oh, it's because I'm a borderline. No, that's blame shifting. And there will be doubtless those that will disagree with me with regard to this. But of course, what is happening, that's the narcissism. Demonstrating that they will not accept that they ought to be responsible for their behaviours. For my part, I know that people should say that I ought to take responsibility for my behaviours. I do. I know what I do. And I continue to do it because it serves me well. People say, you ought to change. You should know better. To which I say, I do know better. This is effective for me. I don't care about the others. And therefore, it is appropriate for me to do this. I don't care that the impact it has on other people. It is justified. It is necessary. It is appropriate for me to behave in that way. With the borderline, they are either individuals who are suffering the effects of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is impacting upon their behavior, resulting in disordered relationships for a period of time, engaging in behaviors which will be seen as inappropriate and abnormal for a period of time. But with the appropriate help and guidance, they will move away from that and their emotional empathy will return. And that is why, in some instances, it is declared that, in inverted commas, borderlines can be helped. Those are the ones with post-traumatic stress disorder. The ones where there is no progress being made, that there are years upon years upon years of the repeated behaviors, the rejection of accountability, the continued manipulative behavior, the protestations of I can't help it, it's not me, all of that is the behavior of a mid-range narcissist. Some of you listening to this will have been described as borderlines. Many of you will in fact be those that are suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, as I've mentioned. There will be other individuals that have been entangled by somebody who is borderline, and then you will realise, actually, yes, what you say makes sense, HG. These individuals are actually narcissists. They exhibit the same range of behaviours, responses, manipulations, and absence of emotional empathy as the narcissist. That is why? Because they are one. And that is the distinction. I know that a particular psychiatric association has done away with the concept of the borderline, not recognising it as something that ought to be a diagnosis. But my firm view in this matter is that there are those who are called borderlines and they're not. They are victims with post-traumatic stress disorder, and there are others who are not borderlines. They are mid-range narcissists, but of course, they will never be able to accept that because their narcissism will not allow them to do so. Those are the distinctions. Now, what about the narcissist preference for a borderline? Or the interaction? Well, quite simply, that is a case of when narcissists collide. And I have given examples of that in other videos. So where someone talks about a narcissist and a borderline and it being a chaotic relationship, it's actually some narc-on-narc action. And
But so yeah, I brought that up because okay, now I get to switch it. Hey, I'm getting used to how this works. All right, sweet. Okay, so yeah, metaphors with BPD need special considerations. And this is funny because, oh, hey, it was the very next one. Talk of the devil. So, speaking of, it should be noted that Haley also has many mental health struggles and has shown very little consideration from Poppy. Poppy, in general, thinks this is about herself. She is like a wildfire who makes, oh my god, who makes people better, and it's the tragedy of her life to burn people. Okay, so this isn't quite what I was thinking, but oh god, yeah. Oh god. Poppy Diabolique. Poppy is a wildfire, but not for the purposes of destruction. She's like one of those forest fires that could set so that new seeds grow, so that new seeds will happen and the ground becomes more fertile. She improves the lives of the people around them, but unfortunately, that means sometimes she has to burn down things around them, and she doesn't even mean to. It's the tragedy of her life. This is um so yeah, I know I probably should have been a little bit more prepared, but I don't know, I was hoping to be a little bit more chill when I started this, and then my thoughts got to thinking about stuff, and it so okay. Hey, Nigel. Oh, who's my beautiful boy? Okay. So there was a bit from Noah that I saw earlier. The thing we've already read. Oh, wait, was it a... Okay, here we go. Maybe. Okay, there's me recommending the video. Or something from Noah. Earlier that I saw. Nope, of course. So where the hell? I saw that part. But yeah, so apparently at one point Noah had been saying something about how Poppy was trying to convince her, as in Noah, that Noah somehow also had BPD, when Noah had stated repeatedly, like, no, I've been evaluated by my therapist, and that's not the case. And Poppy and ZZ said, "Oh no, take this test," and the results of the test came up as inconclusive. And that reminded me of something else HG Tutor says, that about narcissism, is that narcissists tend to pick partners that either that somehow reflect upon them, that somehow reflect the narcissist, and if it's, and build up the narcissist's sense of self, whether it's by, well, my own worst ex was all about the trait acquisition himself. In fact, like last I heard from, through the grapevine, Isaac still basically like mimics half the like he picked up from me, which is just kind of sad. But at the same time, I'm oddly flattered that, about over 5 years after the fact, he's still that fucking hung up on me somehow. But, insists he's, that that whatever the hell we had didn't mean anything to him. But okay, sure, whatever you say, Sparky. But that, a lot of times narcissists will try to force their partner into this mold that, doesn't fit the partner, but will, somehow, mimic the narcissist in question. And that really stood out to me when I read what Noah said earlier, and I'm not finding it right now, which is kind of driving me batshit, because I read it earlier, and I'm pretty sure it was an unlocked post. Yeah, it would have had to be an unlocked post because I'm not on her friends list. Okay, so we go through the thing here and the thing here. Oh, hey, I've got a okay, Noah is sorry. You know what? Let's go this route. Okay. So we've got Noah here, and let's search. Wait, I can't search. Noah's posts this way. Really? Oh, wait, no, I think that's a Reddit thing. Okay, that's a thing. No. 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 Oh dear. Not long after, Poppy kept saying, I love you, and even after I said stop, it makes me uncomfortable, along with telling me my own feelings were wrong and symptoms of my BPD pushing her away. I fucking bailed, and now I get labeled by her online as the destructive drunk Aussie trans girl. Noah Flake responds, holy fuck, I didn't realize she was talking about you there. She really just makes shit up about people to make herself look and feel better constantly. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, this just kind of
flirting with a Australian trans girl who I really, really liked. She was really sweet. She also kind of jerked me around a bunch. Yeah, it wasn't great. And there's some definitely self-destructive behaviors this person deals in. Excessive drinking. Far be it for me to judge anyone who wants to get double railed at a furry convention, but this is not, not my cup of tea. This person flirting with a Australian trans girl.
Wait. Far be it from me to judge someone who wants to get double railed at a furry convention, but not my cup of tea. Like hell. Like hell, girl. You say it all the you say that kind of shit all the time, all over Twitter, all over your videos. It's one of your things you do. However, Poppy is self-admittedly all about ownership and domination. She made jokes about winning in my relationship. She wanted to beat the other partners I had and be the best. Yeah, this just confirms what I was. Oh, here we go. They both, as in like both Poppy and Xena, kept trying to diagnose me with BPD. I'm just autistic. There's an overlap of symptoms. This is true. But unlike um, you know, PTS, PTSD and CPTSD or narcissism, it's like this kind of overlap on the Venn, not the perfect circle, right? But they wouldn't accept that and had me do PPT tests therapists would give me. Results inconclusive, by the way. Poppy absolutely does the I'm not your therapist, but kind of thing. Excuse me. Farron, Jesus Christ, this pisses me off. The one for the major egregious ethics violations. Die if she was convinced you had BPD. Why did she treat you like such fucking garbage while applying partners with BPD require special considerations? Yeah, it's fucking hypocrisy because she's a narcissist. Also, don't infantilize her when, like she, both of them, try to take away your agency regarding your own mental health diagnosis. Again, it's because she's a narcissist. To be honest, I'm pretty fucking flabbergasted at the sheer self-delusion that's been on display. Okay. I'm going to send her the HD tutor video. I don't know how to put what I'm going to say there. I was going to say that like what I meant to start with this part was that I only spoke up when something she said at least followed logically, but Twitter doesn't allow for enough characters to kind of expand on that and be reassuring that I've gotten wise to this shit. And of course, we're gonna, yep, okay. Did I? Okay, can I get a shorter link this way? Yes, but will it work that way? Okay. Ba-doom. Paste is plain. Really? Okay. Paste is plain. Barely. Okay. Gotta bring it down 7 characters. You know what? There we go. That should work. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, I've been watching ZMP's side for most of the last week. We've never been close, and I spoke sparsely. Anyway, after seeing Sage add Fesh to the shit list today, I looked at what he had to say. Goddamn, so much of what I've read reminded me of this. There we go. Yeah, that makes sense. So, she can't handle even seeing a partner of hers with another person in any way. She says agreements can be made, but that person is ultimately part of her partner's life. She can't just force isolation by causing problems until she gets her way. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, what? Missed a fair bit of contest then. Farron says, when I made this thread earlier today, I did not expect to see so many people to start sharing a bit more of their own horror stories behind the scenes, like Poppy violating client-patient confidentiality. Today I learned that from one of her friends who quoted my thread. Oh, hey, Trash Panda. I don't know how long you've been watching, but yeah, this kind of like turned into dive into some drama, and I'm justifying it on the fact that that one of the people involved is local-ish to myself. I don't know if you've seen the channel I don't know if you've seen this one. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Zane and Poppy, wholesome degenerates. Oh gosh. Relationship discussion, skipping steps. Oh, for some reason I thought they put their P.O. box in the About page. Okay. Ugh. So, I did not see this, this video. I've got their notifications on too, or at least I should. Yeah, I do. What the hell?
The relationships that skip steps, also the ones that end up kind of crashing and burning, and they're also the ones that, if I look back, couldn't have done well, because they were built on a foundation of garbage.
Okay, they took the P.O. box off the thing. But yeah, they're in Michigan. I think they're a bit closer to
Xena had this really great insight, and I wanted to share it. This is a Xena insight, so I don't want credit given to me. One of the things I've noticed in the last year is that in being polyamorous, I have noticed an interesting phenomenon.
Also, just in case you haven't seen their channel much before, this one is Xena with the purple hair, and this one is Poppy. Even though Poppy is the one who talks the most, and you know, their channel is still called Xena and Poppy, right? So like, you know, and like this is their positioning. You'd think it would be like Poppy and Xena, or you know, or at the very least, like if Xena was the one, you know, talking more. I don't know. It just fuck it. Well, you know, according to the Gayfesh tweet that I saw, like Xena may be in the driver's seat in the relationship more, but I was going over about earlier today or earlier in the stream about how Poppy goes, you know, left, right, and center talking about her borderline personality disorder, and I've noticed for some years that there is a growing minority, but you know, definitely a growing one of both what's it called, mental health professionals and well-read laity who are beginning to see the diagnosis of borderline personality disorder as, you know, more of like a, you know, like a misdiagnosis of people, usually women, who have either CPTSD, usually stemming from childhood abuse, or narcissistic personality disorder. And that lumping these two people, you know, lumping these two types together doesn't help the people with CPTSD, you know, complex post-traumatic stress disorder. And it doesn't assist the narcissist in self-awareness. In fact, it often gives the narcissist, you know, a means of deflection when called out on their harmful behavior. which Poppy seems to be doing a lot of.
Phenomenon. And that is that, I flirted with a lot of people in DM. I'm a relatively attractive 42-year-old. But essentially, the thing that I wanted to bring up is that Xena had this really great insight a while back, and it came up again recently. I had been flirting with a Australian trans girl who I really, really liked. She was really sweet. She also kind of...
Oh, yeah, and Poppy and I are like less than a year apart in age. I think I might be the older one.
Jerked me around a bunch. Yeah, it wasn't great. And there's some definitely self-destructive behaviors this person deals in. Excessive drinking. Far be it for me to judge anyone who wants to get double railed at a furry convention, but this is not my cup of tea. This person and I separated recently because they came across a thread online. If you're a content creator of any size, you will have people who make large threads talking about all of the evils you've ever done. This person found this thread. They ended up asked me about it, but rather than like believe me or like hear me out, they sort of like asked me and then immediately went to that this looked abusive to them. They had taken a screenshot out of context and like this became a thing. And I might talk more about this another time, but this person had been like flirting with me despite having a boyfriend and being ostensibly monogamous, and had also been flirting with another guy. And so this has a really like weird vibe to it. And I was already come to the conclusion this person wasn't going to be great for me. But when this all happened, essentially what went on was basically I got this message saying, well, this looks scary. I don't think I'm going to come out there, and I am, I just want to be friends. And first off, we're just friends. Yeah, we're already just friends. And there was no actual plan for her to come out. This had been like a side thought of, hey, if you come to the US, you might be able to stop by kind of thing. What ended up happening is Zizi and I were talking about this, and I was kind of heartbroken because despite this person having their difficulties, like I really do like them. But the thing is, they were like, well, let's just be friends. And I'm going to be really clear. Like, if you're going to call my partner like awful shit based on a simple screenshot out of context, I'm going to be really clear. Like, I'm not going to be friends with you. Like, that's awful. I'm disconnecting from this person. And Zizi made this reference of like, one of the things that I've noticed is the people that don't last very long with you, or the people that seem to kind of spiral out of control, is the people who skip steps. And I was like, well, what do you mean skip steps? And Xena was like, well, skip steps in regards to the stages of relationship, right? So like in this girl's case, it's like, well, if she wanted to pursue me, she either needed to change the format of her relationship, which initially it was open. She's allowed to do whatever she wanted with other girls.
With a catch.
Which the catch is you're not allowed to catch feels, right?
And only girls.
Yeah, and only girls. And so what ends up happening is like there is this sort of like, okay, well, that's weird, but she caught feels. And so, okay, rule broken. So you need to clearly address that, but never did. And so like there was a step skipped. Then there was a step skipped in regards to kind of creating a like connection where it was like initially she was doing the BPD thing where she was telling me like, I would ruin all your relationships. I would cause all these problems. And it's like, okay, you're just doing the typical BPD push away thing because you're trying not to engage. And she eventually admitted she was, and she it happened. And so long story short is that the problem is that when people skip steps, they end up trying to jump to parts of relationships that haven't been built. The way my therapist talked about it today, because I had a therapy session, was like it's like building a bridge. And the bridge works. It will get across, but it isn't sustainable. It doesn't have good foundation.
Yeah, you didn't take the time to build up like the rapport or work on conflict or like honoring people's needs, right? Like
my perspective is that this skipping step thing actually really makes sense. And I think there's some point we'll have a discussion about this more in full as we kind of play with it in our heads, but I wanted to share it with you because it feels really important. This happened again with another person recently. There was a person who had been just a friend of ours. We'd been flirting, me, Zizi, and this person. And like, there had been kind of this like back and forth. And this person had ostensibly a partner. And despite having a partner and the rules clearly stating that not allowed to send nudes, this person would send us nudes. And it would be like, oh, well, what? At one point, the conversation just went to, hey, once I'm out of the relationship, hey, would you collar me? And it wasn't like buy me a leather collar and just do some kink with me once. It was literally like eternity collar stuff. So those who don't engage in kink, there are collars you can buy for your subs that are called eternity collars. They are made of fucking titanium. You measure them out to be the right size for the neck of the person you're getting it for, so it doesn't hurt them. But literally, like
this is something that you can leave on in the shower. So
they literally latch on. This is literally like the equivalency of a wedding ring in kink circles. And so the problem is that like asking to go to that level is essentially like, yeah, it's a hex key in the back. Yeah, exactly. Yes, canonically trans, that is a massively large step.
Yeah, there was no kink relationship like established.
Custom titanium stuff is not cheap. Yeah, it sounds expensive. Yeah, these are around $250. And they come in different colors and various things, but yeah, they're not inexpensive. Yes, that is like marriage. Yeah, it is exactly like marriage. 1000% Missy Red. So the relationships that skip steps are also the ones that end up kind of crashing and burning. And they're also the ones that, if I look back, couldn't have done well because they were built on a foundation of garbage. There was no building of relationship. There was no time taken. And it's not to say you can't move fast. It just means you can't skip steps. Like sometimes you'll move to a thing. Like I'll give you a perfect example. Like one of my girlfriends I have a relationship with where like we don't say I love you. We say I like you or you're pretty or things like that. But that's, she wants things to be more casual. And so But I have another partner who is okay with me saying it, but isn't ready to do so herself. And so she'll send like, I heart you or things like that because she has a tendency to give her heart away too quickly. I also do that. I just don't care. And so like different discussions, different relationships move at different speeds as long as they don't skip steps. And so part of this is building up a relationship in this regard. Please feel free to jump in at any. If you don't skip steps, it's easier to go back and forth without feeling hurt, getting hurt. Yeah, which is not actual relationship. I would argue that like, so Misty read in chat said, and I'm not trying to pick on you, but it's like, if you don't skip steps, it's easier to go back and forth without feelings getting hurt. But that's the point of relationship. You should get hurt. Relationship is about vulnerability. You don't make a connection. Then you said this, there's
that I'm like, it all like, that's just such a broad statement that like, I don't know, like if you were engaged to somebody for like a couple years and you guys decided like, no, we're not engaged anymore. That's a big one. Like, what? No, it's hard to go backward. That's just such a broad statement that like, I don't know, like if you were engaged
and forth without feelings getting hurt. But that's the point of relationship. You should get hurt. Relationship is about vulnerability. You don't make a connection. Then you said this.
That's the thing about relationships. You should get hurt. It's about vulnerability. That wow. Wow, oh my gosh. Kitty snoring. That's the thing about relationships. You should get hurt. It's about vulnerability. That's wow. Oh gosh, no wonder YouTube didn't give me the notification that I requested it give me. YouTube was trying to protect me from myself. That's that's like if I were going to be charitable, which I am. I mean, I do find Poppy and Zaina kind of likable, and they are local-ish to me. Last I heard, or last I knew anyway, and it's possible I've got some mutual IRL friends. We just like. I've never run into each other just because, like I'm pretty sure they're closer to Detroit than I am. But yeah, like I said, I find them kind of likable. I don't think they're necessarily bad people. I just think they lack the self-awareness to engage in the healthiest possible relationships, which is why I brought up which is why I've been kind of spamming people with the HG tutor link about narcissists versus or why borderline personality disorder is often either A, misdiagnosed PTSD, especially when stemming from childhood, or B, unaware narcissists who HG classifies as mid-range narcissists. Or, yeah. And and as I said earlier in the stream, I can definitely see the sense in how he dissects his hypothesis there, because for a while I very briefly oh god, like I said, like nearly 20 years ago, had a had a BPD diagnosis because at the time I was seeing that particular therapist with an express goal in mind for getting my letters for HRT and chest reconstruction surgery, and after that I just kind of stopped seeing her. But after that, I've gone in with treatment from the it was when I was able to, open up a bit more about, past stuff to a therapist, I I was told it was a CPTSD, likely from, childhood, child abuse. so so yeah, and since then, I mean, it's it's still not ideal, but I am much better than I used to be, and all of that. So um that compared with some of the people I've known who had a borderline personality disorder, I can definitely see the sense that HD Tutor was talking in that video. And after after I end the stream, hopefully I will remember to add some links to stuff in the description box and a top pinned comment, because this is getting kind of interesting now.
There's
Well, that and like it all like that's just such a broad statement that like I don't know, like if you were engaged to somebody for like a couple years and you guys decided like no, we're not engaged anymore. That's a big one. Like what? No, it's hard to go backward into things.
No, I'm actually confused that there are steps. Well, yeah, I mean there are steps, right? There's
How
sort
do
of
okay, if you get in a room with somebody and you just immediately start kissing them, is that appropriate?
I love what Radis in chat, the other chat said, relationship building codes. That's so fucking funny.
Yeah, okay, like no, it's not appropriate. Like, right? If you're at a kink party and you negotiated something prior beforehand, okay, that's a separate situation, guys. But otherwise, no. I don't care if you're autistic. That's not relevant here. There are still steps, okay? You still have to get to know people. You need to get to know people in the way of, hey, what's your name? Hey, tell me a little bit about yourself. What kind of interests do you have? Why don't we talk a little bit? All right. Hey, are you comfy with physical contact? That's a really good one. Okay. What kind of physical contact are you comfy with? Now, sometimes we have like various signals, but like it gets really wonky if you just skipped all of talking about an interest with somebody and just went right to having sex. And that's it. That's all you know about this person. You like having sex with them. You have no idea what the rest of their life is like.
Well, and going
like, what are you building there?
Yeah, so going back to the stories, because this is what Zizi's pointing at, and Zizi's doing a really great job of it, is, so if I go back to the stories of like the Australian girl, the skipping steps was immediately sort of forging an emotional relationship, but not actually dealing with it, not actually taking that up with the, the boyfriend and actually acknowledging it or working through that. The same thing is true with the other person we brought up, where again, jumping to collar me, yeah, that sounds hot in the abstract, but then what happens is that you suddenly realize there's all of these steps of trust and growth and togetherness that are being ignored, that need to be sort of like cemented. And so that's the thing is what Zizi's using as sort of a hyperbolic example is like just rushing in the room and just fucking tackling and kissing someone. Probably not a good first meeting. In the same way where just jumping to these other steps, like you wouldn't just walk up to someone randomly and ask them to marry you. Well, why would you ask someone to collar you? Or why would you ask someone, why would you, if you suddenly get feelings for someone, why wouldn't you bring that to your significant other? These are just things to be aware of. And to me, I think the thing that I'm bringing up is that just this is something that is really important. Communication is key. Agreed. Ghostly Blurryface said, Poppy,
I would add to communicate with yourself too. Like knowing yourself and doing that self-exploration is really, really big too.
Ghostly Blurryface said, Poppy, can you expand on what you exactly meant by you should get hurt in relationships? In what way? What kind of hurt are we talking about? What instances of hurt could be beneficial? Because I've never heard that. It's always been bad. I'm going to make it really clear. This is going to be kind of sound doomery. It's not at all. It's just the reality of things. All relationships end in breakup or death. Zen 101. All relationships end in breakup or death. In order for a relationship to exist, there has to be attachment. You have to create a connection. When that attachment gets broken, either by breakup or death, guess what? It fucking hurts. It is the porcupine's dilemma. It's literally like half the plot of Evangelion. In order to make the connection between two porcupines for them to actually get intimacy and connect, they have to brave each other's quills and potentially get hurt. In order to connect with others, I have to risk getting hurt. And that's just what it is. Sometimes you're going to get hurt. Sometimes your partner's going to break your fucking heart. Sometimes your partner's going to do something stupid. Hell, me and Zizi still do stupid shit. We got in a dumb fight today where we both acted like morons. And then afterwards we're hugging and crying. But again, it's this idea of, again, like this notion that by skipping steps, what you're doing is trying to, it's much like the therapy speak thing where you're sort of avoiding the intimacy. You're not really connecting. You're just trying to jump to the stuff you like. Gabriella Things said, okay, so I get personal boundaries with what someone can do to you personally. What I don't get are boundaries that are about what the other person can do with other people. So I would say, depending on the language, that wouldn't be a boundary. What I actually would say is that's an agreement. And again, that would come down to certain, like, the semantics, but like in Frank Vo's book, More Than Two, and Frank Vo's a cunt, but his book is quite good. He defines things differently between what he calls a rule and an agreement. And so, for example, what an agreement would be is, so me and Zizi are poly, right? And so if we start actively being sexual with our partners, the agreement we have in our relationship is to get regular STI testing. Now, granted, we haven't been super sexual with our partners for various reasons, so we haven't really had to worry about that. But the reality is that when that does come up, you know, there's this thing of getting regular STI testing for the safety of everybody that's connected, not just the people that are in our poly group, but also their metamors, etc. That's an agreement because it affects both of us. Frank defines a rule as something that affects one person. So you said affecting someone's behavior. If I tell Xena, like, okay, Sage, that's cool, just don't go to my favorite restaurant. Well, that clearly isn't a rule that affects me. It's not an agreement. It's a rule. I'm trying to create a blockade.
They're to take care of securities.
Yeah, and so the thing is that's
or something.
Yeah, and that's where the problem gets into it. Is a rule becomes a thing that's a control mechanism. So I tend to favor the idea of agreements. And agreements do have standards to them. So like, it's not about controlling someone's behavior. It's holding them to a standard that they've agreed to. I don't like the language of control because I think that assumes a level of coercion.
Very, 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 very easy to start getting into like calling things abusive when really they just might be kind of problematic, or it might be a situation that people just need to look at more.
True.
And, you know, work through. As far as like what other people can do, like we have an apartment together, okay? We have finances tied together. We absolutely have to make judgment calls on how we're going to divvy up our finances, okay? Poppy and I in past years have made a bunch of financial decisions together, okay? I'm not working. I'm in a slightly different like physical situation with my body than Poppy is, all right? And so we are going to need to make decisions at some point. Okay, how much money can Poppy be spending, you know, with other partners? And theoretically that would work for me too, but like I don't have that many partners really, okay? All right, and Poppy's got way more than I do. So like we're gonna have to figure out what that looks like and what she's able to do financially with other people. Not for the, again, this isn't for the sake of control, but like what can we actually afford, okay? There is some stuff going on that we have to take care of our housing together.
Yeah, like I can't fly out my partners every weekend. There's just no way to financially feasibly do that. But can I bring out like my one girlfriend, Haley, in January? Yeah. You know, she has PTO, there's room for it. ZZ's already cleared it. We've got the time figured out. We just got to get a plane ticket and good to go.
But there's considerations there, right? Like we ask our stuff, at least still ask each other. We still check in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
and even then there's boundaries with the household. Like the household has boundaries. Like for example, people don't come to our house unless they are, you know, willing to change up their soaps to something that is, you know, non-fragranced, because high fragrance stuff, especially like laundry detergents, deodorants, perfumes, all that shit, are very easy to set off migraines. And if you're planning to come here and make out with me, giving me a migraine is not going to be beneficial to that end, or to my partner for that matter, because even if I'm okay, I'm then taking care of them, which is taking me away from making out with you, right? Like,
no, I think that it's just the point. It's just some real life, like messy adult stuff that makes it hard to be like, well, you can't like ever have boundaries about like what your partner does with another person. Well, when we get to some of the nitty gritty down here, you got to make some decisions together. But you know, it's really a lot of times the nitty gritty house stuff. It's not really about like trying to control somebody like having a relationship or not.
Well, and again, anytime somebody uses the term control, especially in poly situations, it very much has a vibe of it of wanting to try to avoid hurt. And I think the thing is, and this is kind of what I was pointing out earlier with Ghostly Blurry Face, is that like, I just think that we need to shift our understanding into this idea that like I don't think you should unnecessarily lean into hurt, because I think that there is such a thing as being traumatized. I do think there's such a thing as going too far, but I also think that like being willing to be hurt, being willing to be broken open, being willing to deal with pain and the pain and suffering of a relationship ending or a relationship being difficult, there are times where that's really important, because I think there's actually good stuff in there. There's stuff that when you get through it, there's genuine, meaningful growth and change. As much as it's a pain in the ass sometimes, and trust me, it is a pain in the ass sometimes, there is a lot of really great positives that come out of this. I know for a fact Xena loves me. Like I can't, like, I have never been able to say that about any other partner. My BPD would just argue with me. I'm sitting there going, you know, my poly's creating problems. This partner is an issue. Some of my partners have like literally like started hate campaigns, or ex-partners. And like ZZ's like, but being poly is a part of you and I love all of you. Like to hear someone say that about you is really fucking profound. Like to acknowledge that this thing is part of you. It's really fucking cool. That Girl Production said, quick question about polyamory. What's the best way to explain how it's not inherently toxic? I've had some issues explaining it. The short version, without getting into a giant conversation, is that I would say polyamory is, as long as everyone's communicating and there is, you know, open agreements about how things like STIs and pregnancies are handled, I don't know how it could be toxic. The only way it could be toxic if there's some level of coercion, manipulation, or abuse, but that's true about, you know, monogamous relationships too. So like what makes them inherently toxic? I think the thing is, if they're making the claim that's inherently toxic, they have to demonstrate how.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is all just relationships. Don't get me wrong, there's definitely some pitfalls that you can run into when you start adding more and more like high level and, you know, relationships in your life, but that could happen on the friendship level too. Kind of got to pick the people that are at least going to be in good faith with this one. Because if they're not showed up in good faith, like willing to let their mind be changed, that's a really, really hard one.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And Cat Girl Productions, the idea that you can't open yourself to more than one person is bullshit.
There seems to be a way in which there's poly as a choice that you make, okay? You make choices about who you're in a relationship with, all right? And there's also poly in the way of like an orientation, sexual orientation. There's something
or relationship orientation, maybe.
Yeah, relationship orientation, right? There's something innate in you that drives you to this, or something that is like just kind of the ways that your feelings come up.
One of the things is that like ZZ actually finds it really adorable when I'm crushing on someone and will tease me and make fun of me. And so like there is a tendency to be like really like, you know, really excited for me in a way that's like actually kind of like the poly term compersion, like being happy for your partner's happiness. And ZZ is actually probably the best example of that. Like it's actually something I genuinely really appreciate about my fiance is that like if any person I've ever met actually exemplifies compersion, it's kind of ZZ. Because like I get a crush on something. Like I've been super like lovey and crushy towards my new partner Haley, and we've been just vibing really well. And ZZ's been like incredibly just supportive and like thinking it's adorable and like, you know, I'm like, hey, can I have a call? Can I do a call with you know, Haley tonight? And ZZ's like, yeah, that's fine. Like incredibly accommodating, but also part of that required me to show up in the relationship more. Like for a while, I wasn't really putting a lot of effort in because of depression and various other things. But now it's like we go to farmers markets, we make a point of going out, even if our date's just going out to Costco and getting ice cream and getting like hot dogs and stuff there and just chilling together. Like even that tiny little micro date is still something that like is meaningful. So like by putting in that effort into the relationship, when I ask for time with my other partners,
oh yeah,
it's not
yeah,
pulling time away from ZZ.
Well, that's right. The big request that you know
I've got.
I mean, for honor varies really.
I've got issues with jealousy and all that myself, and you know with the long distance situation in Wales, it's just, I mean, honestly, if I were to under ideal circumstances, I'm completely monogamous, but you know, like situationally, it makes sense in the short term right now with like, you know, literally an ocean apart. It's what works with my current situation, but yeah, like bringing up the coercive control that Poppy was talking about just a couple of minutes ago, that brings me back to what her now ex was saying that I brought up earlier, that actually like led me to oh yeah, the whole they both kept trying to diagnose me with BPD. I'm just autistic. There's no overlap of symptoms. Again, this is wanting to, you know, bring a greater sense of control over the other person in the relationship. Oh yeah, and what Noah Haley was replying to from Gayfesh, and he said, to be clear, they'll say they're not acting as therapists and we're just helping out a community member through a crisis, but their channel used to be called a Trans Girl Therapist, and they have built their Discord around that and probably had people assume confidentiality. So what else were people saying? Oh yeah, Fayren replied, Jesus Christ, in that not technically illegal gray area, but absolutely unethical, and seems like it can very easily create abusive situations, which I do agree. Okay, yeah. Oh God. Oh wait, no, never mind. Gayfish said, I told Poppy I suspected I might have borderline personality disorder. She responded, yes, not your therapist, but yes, and then sent me the same diagnostic tests. To be clear, I brought it up first, but she was very eager to jump on the confirmation. Oh God, that's so goddamn weird. I very well may be, and knowing and recognizing splitting has helped me navigate a lot of stuff, but it wasn't Poppy who put me onto that in the first place. It was Demon Mama talking about her own experiences with splitting. What are my... Oh, crap. Damn it. I keep forgetting to move the thing around. Okay, so, oh. Fayren responded to something... I think something that I know. Or this thing that person who's unable to view. Ah, okay. Noah responded, exactly right. She's a massive narcissist. And oh, somebody's retweeted. No, I'm not going to call it X. It's not a repost. It's a retweet. I always dead name Twitter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Titties croissants. Don't. Oh yeah, that's when I said we were just said to Noah about half hour, 45 minutes. Yeah, about half an hour ago. Said that I'd been watching ZMP's side for most of the last week. We've never been close, and I spoke sparsely anyway. After seeing Sage add Fesh to the shit list today, I looked at what he had got. Goddamn, so much of what I read today reminded me of this. And then this person I can't view said something because either they've gone private or I'm for some reason blocked. There's a lot of people on Twitter who block me either because I follow Keffels or because I follow Vosh, or it's this guilt by association nonsense that I'm just like, whatever, I don't care. Block me all you want. And Feyre, in response to the person I'm going to assume is silent. Here's the thing for me is that, frankly, I don't care what disorder someone may or may not have. Anyone who falls back on their disorders to justify abuse is an awful person. And yeah, that alone is going to get a like from me. Get help, take responsibility, learn to adapt your behavior to not do harm. If you're unwilling or continued cannot do that, then don't be shocked that people want nothing to do with you. I think, to be certain, I think that's TBC. I think even people with narcissistic personality disorder can have functional relationships with people and even deserve to. They are still people. Again, a like from me. But it's not an excuse to harm others. Still an abuser. And I'm going to say, but so is that they're more likely to have either NPD or simply narcissistic tendencies not have NPD. And those with Okay, what really stands out to me about it, though, is that abusers are more likely to... Okay. No, wait, no. Tendencies. What the hell? Why did you want me to... Oh my gosh. Grammarly, stop smoking crack. Though, is that abusers are more likely to have either NPD or simply narcissistic tendencies. Yeah, that makes sense. Parentheses, but otherwise not have NPD, and parenthesis. That said, you're right, and those with NPD are still people who deserve to have happy and healthy relationships. And excuse me. Okay, how am I going to bring this down a few characters? Okay. Okay, I can bring off the thing who deserves to have happy. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Happy and healthy relationships, which can't happen without self-awareness. Okay. That's more like an interjection, not necessary. Is abusers are more likely? Is that abuse? Okay, yeah, if it makes just as much sense without the that, or that is probably isn't necessary. Is abusers are more likely to have either NPD or... Yeah, that's an adjective, not especially necessary. No. To have... No, that would be an adverb, yeah. Adverbs aren't especially necessary. I do like my adverbs, but they're not as necessary as adjectives, at least in English anyway. But otherwise not have NPD. That said, you're right. And okay, yeah. I can trade out that comma for this full stop. Okay, hit reply. I probably could have said, but otherwise without NPD, rather than but otherwise not have. Whatever. It is what it is now. Boom. So, oh. Okay, you know what? I think I wanted to reply to Noah with, yeah. Um, opening 2. Oh. My worst X.
Okay, if you haven't seen much from HD Tutor, he's been really eye-opening for my current understanding of my worst ex, who's got NPD with antisocial tendencies. Trying to Okay, if you haven't seen much from HD Tutor, he's been really eye-opening for my current understanding of my worst ex, who's got NPD with antisocial PD tendencies. Things like trying to fit one's own perceived traits onto a partner. No, that would be is common with NPD. Or I guess is common in... For those with NPD? Yeah, that makes... Okay, yeah, that works. Ooh, 6 notifications. 6! 6 notifications. Okay, saw that. Okay, like I watched the video bit and it makes sense to me, but something I don't like, or I don't believe was said, or at least not in what I saw, is that empathy is a skill. Even normal people can learn to increase their empathy. It's not just a purely innate thing beyond one's control. I can expand on that later. Just like as an example, white racists very easily show empathy towards other white people. However, they will easily deny empathy towards people of color, even going as far as to dehumanize a person of color for expressing perfectly normal behavior, which is why a lot of women of color in particular feel they have to overly regulate their language and behaviors in order to survive in white-dominated spaces. Talia has spoken a lot about this recently, so it's not that the racist white person is without empathy, they just don't extend it to somebody else. They could, though. Yeah, I can expand on some of my thoughts on this later. Yeah, basically, it's why I give zero fucks about the excuse of, it's my insert mental health thing here that causes my abusive behavior. Yep, that alone deserves a heart. Like, sorry, but I don't care. You can do better. You deserve love and support. But if you're leaning on your issues, then you're dangerous. Agreed! Exclamation point. Better with managing my mental health, or yeah, not with my mental health. that sort of thing in my past, but as I've gotten better with my mental health, I simply don't need to use it as a crutch. Hmm. Okay, agreed. I'm not innocent of that sort of thing in my past, but as I've gotten better with my mental health, I simply don't need to use it as a crutch. A diagnosis is a tool for understanding, not a free pass to be a total weenus. For understanding and a diagnosis is a tool for understanding, healing, and self-improvement. Yes. And I think that looks better with a semicolon. There we go. Reply. Okay. Live tweeting on an unplanned drama stream, huh? Refresh. Ah. As I said already, I did not really intend this to... Oh. Oh, we've got... Okay. Oh dear, let's go to the stop of this. Okay. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's the thing that I guess was hidden earlier. Okay. I guess I'm unblocked or something. The thing about BTBD is, unlike other cluster B disorders, very, very treatable. Yeah, that's what HG expanded on in his video. Poppy has told me she's tried DBT, CBT, and that it didn't work, which is a huge red flag that she's not actually BPD. She's probably NPD. Yeah, I'll add a heart there. And excuse me. Okay, yeah, that was in the first part of the HD tutor video. He explained, yeah, in the first part, he explains that some diagnosed with borderline personality disorders, parentheses, those who are treatable, are likely suffering from C/PTSD. I was in that camp, and when a different therapist scrapped my previous BPD diagnosis and treated it as PTSD, I greatly improved. Yeah, that works. Okay, and Callista says, sure, you can be functional and have narcissistic personality disorder, and you're right, it's no excuse for bad behavior. Oh, we've got things threading off here. Oh dear. Grand new developments, because I had to drop my 2 cents several hours ago. No excuse for bad behavior. All right. Aaron responds, like I watched the video, it made some sense. Okay, right. I thought I added hearts to a couple of these. That's why I'm being thrown off a bit. Callista then responds to, okay, just about the empathy with the racism. Callista then responds, I saw a study that showed those with antisocial personality disorder can be tricked into activating their latent empathy. So you're not wrong. It's not that they can't, it's that they don't want to and think it makes them weak. I don't know. I don't think there's quite enough research into this, but these are some interesting ideas anyway, which makes the ones who behave as bad people who behave bad people who are making a choice. Okay, behave bad, comma, people who are making a choice. They aren't robots born with an evil gene. They are humans who deliberately shut down their better selves to take advantage of others. I mean, I will say, just because my my stepmother was was had gone back to school for social work, and she specialized in family and childhood development, um, and um, and her master's thesis was on the development of empathy in children who are raised with pets in the household versus those who aren't. And I mean, it does seem like on very rare occasion, for one reason or another, like I said, it is very rare that it happens. But you know, there's an extreme minority of people who just do not seem able to develop a sense of empathy. And that's not saying that they are inherently bad people, but you know, and then there are those, well, one of the commonly spouted traits of the autism spectrum is having difficulty with empathy. And that's not to say that they lack it, it's that they have a difficulty expressing it is very common, like you see in the earlier videos with Chris Chan, such as and even the audio recording, such as the infamous father call. I forget the troll's name who posed as Casey's father in that one, but there's an infamous father call recording. It's been uploaded to YouTube with in as part of several videos by many different people. But Jordan Owen did a really good dissection of the father call with Chris Chan, and he's right wing on a lot of things, and having that drilled home to me in some of his more recent videos is kind of made me a little bit uncomfortable with watching his stuff that much. But he's done a beautiful rock opera album about Chris Chan, and it's
it's stunning. But yeah, so yeah, Jordan Owen, he he would be the one, he would be the difference between um like the old school Asperger's diagnosis, which is now called level 1 autism, which, is usually characterized by having difficulty and reluctance with initiating social interactions, um, some relatively difficult, some relative difficulties with expressing emotions, um, and and some minor but easily manageable executive dysfunction. Um, but then again, like, executive dysfunction is a hallmark of ADHD as well. Um, and then there's level 2 autism, which Chris Chan is at, and it was formerly called high functioning autism back in the 80s, when high functioning autism was on par with the titular character of Rain Man. That film. Oh god, that's a really good movie in the sensitivity portrayed of the character. I mean, I understand that the problems people have with Dennis Hopper. I think it was Dennis Hopper, right? Playing Raymond. Not being neurodivergent himself, and some of the stuff was stereotypical, and it created this misconception, or at least it fueled this misconception amongst the general public of the association with autism and savantism, which I and plus Kim Peek, who was one of the main people that the character was, who inspired the character. He himself was not exactly autistic, but that was the diagnosis he had at the time. He instead had some other condition that that created his intense savantism. But you okay with me? It's just a touch of asthma. The air in here has been very dry, and it's been causing me to wake up with minor nosebleeds, even with the CPAP and the humidifier within the CPAP. Yeah, usually it's Nigel who's got who's got the little minor asthma attacks throughout the day, and he's had more lately. But Phoebe doesn't usually have them, but she will on occasion when the air is dry, and the air is really dry in here. But where was I going with this? Oh, right. Rain Man and savantism. So yeah, like Chris Chan would yeah. So yeah, like in the 80s when Chris Chan was diagnosed as high functioning autistic, that that was when the standard for high functioning autism versus Asperger's syndrome versus classic autism, which is now called level 3 autism. But yeah, like back when level 2 is called HFA, it was on par with the title character of Rain Man, but without the savantism. So where was I going with this? Okay, it's my mental health thing that does the thing. You deserve love and support. Remember the issues. I am not sure how I got off on that tangent now. Oh, right. Talking about empathy. Right. Okay. So yeah, like, oh, right. Yeah. And Jordan Owen had mentioned that that during the father call, like, he could hear the slight hesitate, like the subtle, it's a very subtle shift to Chris's voice and speech, the cadence of his speech and all. And being a singer myself, like, I can hear it, especially after it was pointed out by Jordan Owen, that and Jordan was saying, like, in that moment, Chris does care, and he cares very much. he's just having difficulty expressing how he cares. So rather than dwell on it in the moment, he's moving on to a part of the conversation that he knows how to deal with, right? And so yeah, it's, you know, like when we're talking, yeah, because I was going on about the development of empathy, that, you know, it does seem rare that, you know, somebody is just somehow unable to develop this sense. You know, I would, you know, well, you know, if they're going to compare it to, if they're going to compare the sense of empathy to like having a skill, as I think, I don't know, I think it was Feyrin who said it, who compared it to a skill. I would say it's, you know, it's comparable to like, people have speculated, you know, just like to bring it to Chris Chan again, because that apparently is going to be my week, talking about Chris Chan. So yeah, like, having perfect pitch is a skill that most people can learn, you know, if they put in the time to do it. It comes much more easily to some people than others, but then we've got people like Chris Chen, who, by all evidence, seems to be completely tone deaf. And this could be due to the way that, you know, his neurological hardwiring is affected by, you know, by being autistic. He, you know, like a lot of people in his range of the autism spectrum, Chris, oh shit, I was misgendering Chris. I'm also speaking, I was also speaking like past tense about the father call. I am so, oh gosh. Sometimes I just like get on, I get on autopilot. I'm so sorry. But yeah, like, yeah, speaking about the father call era, especially, yeah, Chris Chan seems very tone deaf. Oh, right. Yeah, the father call era, and even like before that, like people used to troll Chris Chan by sending, you know, her then him, you know, by creating these trollish girlfriend characters, and, you know, emailing Chris, and like a couple times people would send, you know, like multiple pictures of multiple different girls, and like the only trait they really had in common was like the same hair color and skin color, right? Like that would be about it. Like some of them would even have completely different eye colors, right? And Chris did not seem to notice that these were like 5 pictures of 3 to 5 different girls, depending on who was creating the character and sending the pictures in the email. And like to somebody like you or I, it seems very obvious that these are different girls in these photos. Chris, on the other hand, did not seem to notice. Chris seems to have an extreme form of facial blindness, which again seems common in people with autism, and especially in Chris's range of the autism spectrum. And unusually, Chris also seems to have difficulty detecting tone and pitch and notes in things like Chris's singing. I have compared it on the subreddit to rhythmically shouting. Like basically that's it. Like, oh gosh, you know what? Let me you know what? I have no idea which, you know what? Let's actually I know which one I want to pull up. Okay, ROGUE and Chris and music. Go to this tab instead. Okay, quickie reading Chris and music. This is gonna have some decent clips. Like I said, I like Internet Man. Yes, like he
because he's of the opinion that Chris does not know what transgender is. And I say Ro be wrong about this. You know, we're all allowed to have stupid opinions.
After a few weeks of a potential pedophile, I think it's time we go back to everyone's favorite internet punching bag, Christian Weston Chandler. Chris and music. Chris is a big fan of music. At first glance, his eclectic taste in music is not unconventional, because here in the dentist's office, the station bills its offerings as today's hits and yesterday's favorites, music, Guitar Hero, Rock Band, or Sonic game. This adds yet more weight to the theory that Chris is spoon-fed pop culture from video games and videos in which he paints his face and talks about being a juggalo, since fans of ICP singing. And when singing, I can have a Frank Sinatra or Bing Crosby flavor. Chris, being sadly mistaken. It is impossible to overstate how much of a terrible singer Chris is.
Oh, yeah.
It is similarly impossible to overstate how deluded Chris is about his ability to sing. He's so deluded, in fact, when trying to confront Liquid via artistic competition, he lost a challenge that he nominated himself. Despite claiming to have a deep bass voice, Chris's voice is unusually high-pitched, and often louder than appropriate.
Because that's what you deserve, you goddamn womanizing, raping, trolling, stupid, pickle-suited.
He also tends to speak in an odd, emotionless monotone. These issues with his voice became even more obvious when he tries to sing. In both his Christian and the Hedgehog Boys albums, as well as the only album from Roby Sony and the Tom Girls, he doesn't actually sing so much as he desperately tries to yell over the track in an attempt to drown out the actual words of the song, as he never bothers to look up karaoke or instrumental versions of anything he sings. This is painfully obvious when he attempts to sing Sonichu Zip, a song that uses the Japanese theme song to the anime Sonic X Sonic Drive. The fast-tempo lyrics of Sonic Drive result in Chris rapidly dissolving into screaming gibberish. When he does try to actually vary his voice from the standard monotone, it becomes very obvious that Chris is almost completely tone-deaf. His voice fluctuates in pitch with little to no regard for the background music, or even the original artist he's shouting over. Occasionally, he's barely managed to carry a tune though. If Chris could sing at all, his voice type would be at best a spieltenor, used for comical roles, pushing towards countertenor, a pitch range octaves above the bass range he claims to have, and a tessitura, note range, too high for many women. Chris also has a lot of trouble with tempo and intrigue.
I would not say
While the
he's
songs
a
he's written usually manage to
would not
match
say
the
Chris sings in a
originals in terms
tessitura.
of lyrical rhythms, Chris often pushes ahead or pulls back from the tempo of the song. This is sometimes done deliberately by singers and is called rubato, but in Chris's case it is generally the result of messing up lyrics or having too many or few words for the rhythm, usually the former. And Chris's tenuous sense of pulse means that once he gets thrown off beat he struggles, usually in vain, to recover. This could probably be avoided if he took time to practice or revise, but since this entails work, it is flatly out of the question. Also owing to this non-existent practice ethic is Chris being completely terrible at remembering the actual words of the song he's singing. The only part he tends to know is the chorus of the song, likely because the repetition makes it the only part of the song he pays attention to. Between choruses, however, he often forgets the words and improvises lyrics, which in shouting dun 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 out of tune and tempers. His
I was
most
going to give an
notable
example of tone deafness.
tour, and then we can play together. He made no attempt to learn the lyrics and appear in Posse Aficionado. All of Chris's creation in Guitar Hero. He claims to be playing the original musical taste. Chris has often remarked that he likes all popular music. While it's possible that he's just giving that answer to appear cool and easygoing, he really does seem to try to listen to whatever popular opinion tells him is good.
Because that's what you deserve, you goddamn womanizing, trolling, stupid, pickle-suited.
He also tends to speak in an odd, emotionless monotone. These issues with his voice became even more obvious when he tries to sing. In both his Christian and the Hedgehog Boys albums, X Sonic pitch with little eye for many women was sent of pulsion, nonsense, showing us that he could legitimately claim to some of these individuals slurring his me the PSP. You just adapt to the insane self, rocking prior to this. You've seen life through distorted eyes. You know you had to learn. The execution of your mind. You really had to treat his Guitar Hero mindset. Someone else's song cover of the original.
Okay, Chris and tone deafness. There we go.
It is telling that not only does Chris lack any sense of pitch in singing, but with melodies in general. This is evidenced in the wedding anniversary special, where he claims to be playing the original theme to Sonic, but ends up with some wildly unrecognizable tune that only vaguely resembles the Sonic theme rhythmically. This proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that Chris is actually tone deaf, instead of simply lacking in vocal skills. Some think it's a symptom of autism, as subtleties in tone and intonation indicating emotional and social cues are beyond his grasp, which in turn would affect recognition of pitch changes in music. However, something isn't right. In fact, autistic people are more likely to have perfect pitch than non-autistics, an ability shared with Mozart, Michael Jackson, Mariah Carey, Charlie Puth, and others. So if plenty of fellow autistics have this otherwise rare musical gift, why does Chris end up with the opposite? The Autism Papers provides a great clue. Chris lost some of his high-frequency hearing in early childhood. Recording method. Chris's idea of accompaniment is putting...
Okay, I thought it was gonna, like... I mean, it probably does, I just don't have the exact timestamp for it, and quite frankly, I can't be arsed to keep jumping around finding it. But yeah, so yeah, I was using this as an example. Is like, if they're going to liken empathy to a skill that anybody can learn, I would say, it's much like perfect pitch. Like, the overwhelming majority of people can learn perfect pitch if we make the effort to learn it. It may come easier for some people to learn than others, but the overwhelming majority of people can learn it with the proper effort. And then you've got odd cases like Chris Chan, who seems genuinely tone deaf and whose singing could be better described as rhythmically shouting. Like, so yeah, it's not saying that, like, so yeah, I'm not going to say that, like, if you're going to compare it to a skill, then, like any other skill, there's going to be a small number of people where it is just beyond their abilities to learn it. So yeah, Gayfe, okay. Like, you can do better, you deserve love and support, but if you're leaning on your issues, then you're dangerous. Gayfesh responds, for Poppy, everyone else is a grown adult who can take responsibility for their actions. For her, she is an uwu small bean whose borderline personality disorder renders her completely without responsibility for her actions. I really hope she doesn't lose everything before she starts to want to change. Yeah, that's worthy of a like. And it's also, like, evident of it being narcissism rather than, narcissistic versus, PTSD type of BPD. Feyrin responds, yeah, I noticed that when I spoke with her the morning I made the thread regarding the relationship with Noah, she showed no signs of wanting to stop abusing her ex, and in fact, perfectly justified doing so. I sadly have a lot of experience with people like Poppy. Anyway, I don't wish her harm, and I don't think people should now wield her BPD. I'm using that because it's what she uses to abuse her in turn. She's still a trans woman, and I don't want her demonized just to do better and leave her victims alone. Like, I'll be real, I hesitated to pull the trigger on that thread because I know how quickly and easily trans misogyny can kick in and create a mob that feels perfectly justified in being awful. On the other hand, she was actively abusing Noah / demonizing her, so I did. Noah responds to, I think, a Feyrin comment, maybe. I entirely agree. She needs actual help from a therapist that's not just a friend of hers with a degree. That's not real help. She needs to be open and honest about herself for once and let someone actually help her. And she's got somebody responding to Feyrin. Really? Okay, Athena replying. Delicious bugs. Not gonna lie, watching the thread unfold in real time, I was not sure what to expect in the aftermath, but it ended up leading to far more people coming out with their own experiences and coming to support and side with Haley instead. Feyrin responds, oof, yeah, a lot of victims. Fucking sucks how things can fly under the radar so long. Yeah, we've got another. Okay, Athena continues. I was sure things were only going to get worse. Quite a turn of events. All this started with Poppy claiming SA. So many people would be none the wiser about her manipulation and abuse if she just didn't say anything. So intent on causing harm, it literally backfired. Love to see it. No. Noah responds to Athena. She never had a reason to attack me because she made it all up, but her own actions just show how abusive she really is. I'm glad people can see it. So many brave individuals have come out with their own stories. It's horrifying, yet her small few left have doubled down. Athena responds, she had the audacity to effectively blame me for Gayfesh's thread and Faye's thread. Just talking to her until I blocked her was really revealing. Faerun responds, yeah, I'm so glad. I'm sorry she dragged you into things and made you a go-between. That was highly inappropriate. Oh dear. What am I gonna see here? This is she her average pronoun enjoyer. Fun. Okay. For all her talks of Haley being a big girl and we shouldn't infantilize anyone, she sure didn't talk to you like a big girl until actually accepting to talk to you. Sorry. I don't know, maybe when you're trying to make the point that not all trans women are a thing, you don't constantly relate it to sexual predators. Saying there's a trans misogyny problem with transness is like saying there's a rape problem with trans femmes. See, that's answered. Okay. Response to a specific asshole, but it honestly. Okay, never mind. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, I'm not seeing anything here that pops out at me right away, and oh, we've got another response already. Son of a. Oh, right, I saw that one. Anyway, it only happened literally after little hours of not talking to you, up until 6 a.m. talking for her, like, oh dear. Okay, let's go back to these notifications, of which I've got another 10 already. Interesting. Saw that one. Oh, I think I saw this one earlier. Yeah, I'm not sure what he means by splitting, and I definitely deal with splitting. I'm not quite sure what is meant by that, but it sounds like it could, like, just like the little context clues I'm picking up from this fork in the conversation. I'm thinking it might be something common to PTSD as well. Just saw that. Okay, there we go. Oh, hey, she liked my thing that, like, I'm not into the thing. A diagnosis is a tool for understanding, healing, and self-improvement, not a free pass to be a total Venus. Go between. Oh, is this in response to my total Venus? No. Okay, I thought it was special. Oh, well. Oh, dear. Less than half an hour ago. All right. Okay, not gonna lie, thread in real time. I was sure things were going to get worse. I think I said that. Okay, then Noah responds to, you would be none the wiser about her manipulation and abuse if she just didn't say anything. Noah responds, she never had a reason to attack me because she made it all up, but her own actions prove just how abusive she really is. Okay, then Noah continues, I wish they could see that the sheer amount of people coming out against Poppy aren't all over collective stalking group that I was never even a part of. Poppy has them convinced everyone is in one big group somehow when it's many, many victims coming out. Licksta responds, what's funny about that is Poppy is literally weaponizing her audience to stalk and harass her exes. She was literally doing the thing. Okay. Okay, so let's see how this one forks. What's the second reply? Oh, okay, I saw that one. Okay, so then we've got Noah's comment here going off into 3 different comments. Had the audacity of something something. Okay, Noah continues. Oh, yeah, Callista says, yeah, this is the part where it gets really crazy. Whoever she has left are going to be fanatics. Yeah. Okay, then Noah continues. I wish they could see that the sheer amount of people coming out against Poppy, even collective stalker group. Okay. Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, wait, I just saw this. So wait, I had the audacity to effectively blame me. So wait, why is I read that more than 17 minutes ago, didn't I? Okay, never mind. I saw all this. Goddamn, this got wild. And like I said, I think Poppy and Zaina seem like perfectly likable people. They done fucked up. They done fucked up. It sounds like, a breakup that, could have just, I mean, yes, it's painful when a breakup happens. But you gotta step out of your own ego for a moment, and yeah, that can be difficult, especially if you're going through mental health stuff. But ultimately you gotta own up to the fact that you fucked up and work on doing better in moving forward. And I would like to see her do better moving forward. Because like I said, I think they seem like, I think Poppy and Zaina seem like perfectly likable people. It would be nice to see them not double down on this fuck up. I understand being hurt from a breakup, and all that, but it's that doesn't, that hurt doesn't give you the right to twist the events into something that they literally were not. Oh God, yeah, this was funny that I saw earlier. Um, Please get out, Naomi, says Gayfish. Zane and Poppy are not your therapists. If they were, then they have violated confidentiality in what they've told me about your breakdown after the Keffels President's Sunday bridge burning. And we've got Naomi Chance. Naomi Chance has followed me long before I followed her. I think she seems like a perfectly sweet person, maybe a little bit fanatic about, you know, the streamers she likes and all that. But yeah, you know, seems like a perfectly, you know, sweet, well-intentioned person. Just so let's see. Ravenous cisgender Prinny responds. Sometimes I lament. Oh, never mind. That's whatever. Okay. Anything new since I saw it earlier today? No, not really. Oh, wait. Moshroom says, why aren't we believing Zane and Poppy about allegations of sexual abuse? Unless there's something I'm missing, isn't it generally better to believe people when they come forward? And I think somebody else said something earlier along. Oh, yeah, there you go. F01E. The supposed sexual assault consisted of having consensual sex with someone and then claiming it was SA solely because they got dumped soon after, calling it rape by deception. So no, not better to just believe someone without putting some actual thought into their claims. And I think was it somebody who responded to them? Okay, Mad Hermit responded, yeah, that's why you were on the side of Noah, who claimed she was coerced into having sex first. What? And F01E, I'm not... Okay. I think it was, somebody. Was it Farron? Maybe. It's all well and good, but the entire thing is a lie. I've been... Okay, wait, no, this is the thing that was read off earlier. But yeah, like, I know somebody in all these threads said at one point that, you know, no, don't just take accusations, you know, and believe them without some critical thought. Definitely take accusations seriously and investigate, but, you know, like just believing, you know, that somebody was a victim of, you know, that kind of assault or any kind of assault without without proper investigation into the claims is just as foolish as ignoring the claim completely. Okay. Okay, I'm getting a bit tired. I want to get back into the shower, maybe have a third piece of pizza beforehand. So I think I'm going to end it off. I've been going on, oh wow, almost 4 hours. I thought this was oh, Trash Panda asked, does Chris Chan have trouble dancing to songs too? This has me to a PDF file we're keeping tabs on in the TCAP community. Singing so monotone, his dancing is horrible. Oh yeah, Chris Chan has been noticed as having some issues with dancing. Yeah, Chris is, you know, like I said in the previous few streams, you know, she's done some horrible things. Chris Chan has definitely done some horrible things.
And while her mental health issues do complicate accountability, yeah, I think I brought up earlier that, I did bring up earlier in stream. I think it was like when I still had only like 2 people watching, that there is like there's like this kind of like benevolent ableism that that a lot of people keep trying to invoke, when even giving the most milk toast defense of, or yeah, President Sunday was saying, when I briefly stream sniped him, that oh, Keffel's doing the Chris Chan interview was just to make Chris look stupid. And I'm like, no, I think this, I think, I'm willing to take Keffel's claim at face value, because, she's shown some consistency in this, that, she, or at least enough consistency in similar enough topics that at least it makes sense to take her at face value on this, when she says that, her goal with the Chris Chan interview yesterday was to be a sympathetic, good faith, neutral platform where Chris can speak her piece, and, and people can form their own opinions about it. And, this was just going to be like a good faith, neutral, some sympathetic side of neutral, but still like without sugarcoating, anything, and just like, let Chris speak, and, people will form their own thoughts based on that. And like President Sunday didn't even get far enough to let, where Keffels was beginning to let Chris really speak. He just, brushed it off as Keffels only doing it to make Chris look foolish, which, I mean, okay. But yeah, like, so, but yeah, like Chris, people, which, like, I understand why he came to that conclusion, but I think it's like this like benevolent ableism. And I gave the example from Best X was either in a game with the like a tabletop RPG, like old school tabletop RPG, like on a table with dice and all, or a friend of his was in an RPG, and it was either a similar enough either it was like some kind of superhero set world loosely based on like GURPS or something, or it was, like a homebrew RPG campaign inspired by superheroes and, supervillains, and like the villain was Captain the Klansman, who would just like, do benevolent good deeds, but would always say, and remember, next time you need some help, little darkies, go ask a white guy. And so the NPCs were all like, yeah, he's kind of a dick, but he's doing good things. And so like, the part of the campaign was, we got to take down Captain Klansman because he's distracting people from the real fascism going on, behind the scenes in the game, right? Like in the game world that was set up in the RPG. And so, like I said earlier in stream, when President Sunday just like brushed off the Keffels interview as like, oh no, this is just here to make Chris look stupid. I'm like, I mean, Chris is gonna look stupid no matter what, because yeah, I mean, first off, there's always going to be people who think Chris looks stupid just for being Chris, right? Um, even without, knowing the history, Chris is very much her own, very much dances to the beat of her own drummer. Let's put it that way. And that drummer is offbeat and it is using a Quaker Oats box, but yeah, like Chris, Chris dresses very eccentrically, to put it mildly. I would say very tacky, very, very tacky taste in clothing, which, it is what it is. Some people just do what they do, and, Chris mixes patterns and fabrics in the most unflattering ways. So, I mean, just walking down the street of Charlottesville, Virginia, there are people who think Chris is going to look stupid, just walking down the street. This is just a fact of being Chris Chan. So it's like you can just be like a random townsfolk in the Charlottesville, Virginia area, not know a goddamn thing about Chris Chan lore. Chris walks down the street in like the leggings underneath a denim skirt that comes like just above the knee, and wearing some kind of Sonic the Hedgehog t-shirt. But it's a t-shirt so that the arms aren't blue, right? that's the thing with her bright blue hair and probably a My Little Pony headband. And this is just Chris having a day out, right? This is just Chris having a day out in Charlottesville, shopping at Walmart or something, right? Random Charlottesville townsperson who doesn't know a thing about Chris sees this person walking through the Walmart and just thinks, that is one stupid looking MFer, right? So, like, no matter what Chris does, there are going to be people who think she looks stupid, right? Chris doesn't have to say anything. People are going to think Chris looks stupid. It's a fact of being Chris, and I will commend her in the fact that she seems to have found a peace with that much, right? Like, like Chris has the most mixed sense of self-awareness. Like she seems very self-aware of some things, but very unaware of other things. And this is part of what makes her like a very intriguing person, that like I can see what drives Gino Samuel to do the documentary. Chris Chan is this amalgamation of so many contradictory seeming things, right? And yeah, so yeah, like Chris loves music but seems completely tone deaf, seems to have difficulty with rhythm, but that's okay. And yeah, so yeah, like I don't know. Oh, right, I was gonna wrap up, and I'm gonna finish the. You know what? I'm gonna attach the ribbing to the bodice part of the sweater real quick. Let me just make sure I I have the same good rhythm I had earlier to figure out the things. 1, 2, 3, 4. Six, 37. All right. So break off. And okay, so I'm going to attach this to the right side front bodice. As I had, I can stop the shared screen now because I'm putting that away. So yeah, I didn't intend for tonight's stream to be a not a deep dive, but a medium dive into some local-ish dramas, but it was kind of fun to switch things up. Okay, yeah. And so hello, Nigel. Sweetheart. Right. Hello. I love you. Okay.
Okay, and so this would be the right front bodice, and so the next step, which I'm going to start tomorrow and do part of on stream. So, okay, we're seeing this front so that two edges on the short sides will match. Okay, so shoulder. Oh, thanks so much, Trash Panda. It's looking amazing. Thank you. Okay. So, okay, gonna do some shoulder shaping, but that's gonna be like really, really quick. And so shoulders. Okay, so yeah, I'll do the shoulder shaping tomorrow before I get on here. And so let's see, with right side facing and working alongside of motifs. Attach white ribbing, chain fives. Okay, so it so yeah, I'm going to tomorrow attach the shoulders to the front to the back, and probably have at least one of the sleeves going on by the time I get the thing going. It's just, I'm just trying to, skimming the patterns is never the way to make the easiest sense out of them right now. So I'm going to get going to get into the shower and everything. Spent another 4 hours tonight that I didn't intend to, and I thought it was just going to be chill, but it ended up turning into a minor drama summary thing that I hope does not come to bite me in the behind. Anyway, take care of yourselves, drink your water, and have. Oh yeah, I was gonna have another piece of pizza. Probably finish off the crazy bread, even though I've been having like minor binges the last couple days, but I think part of it is just like a like a response to just like have, I don't know, the anxiety from the instability of the situation and stuff. I mean, I know why I'm doing it, so that makes it easier to address and take care of. I just need to actually take care of it, but I also need to like have the people with the homeless outreach program like pull their thumb out of their ass and get the Section 8 thing done. And I know there's all sorts of people involved, but it's I'm allowed to feel like it's designed to drive people crazy, right? Hope you keep warm and the Ko-Fi keeps. Oh yeah, I'm probably going to have to adjust it. Adjust the goal again, just because I'm not sure how much longer this is going to take, and I feel bad about having to raise the goal every week like I've been doing, but I really do need to stress that this is, I'm not happy about this, but the other option is to go back to a situation where I and especially my cats are not safe, and I can't do that again, not for a second winter. So, and I've suddenly got like 5 people in, watching the stream, and I right as I'm about to sign off, but yeah, feel free to go to the beginning and watch how it all came to this. All right.
Yeah, stay hydrated, take your meds as needed and or as directed, and otherwise take very good care of yourselves and have exactly the kind of day you deserve. No